kind of gavel us in. The House will please come to order. So, ladies and gentlemen of the 67th, today and right at this time, we're going to take an opportunity to thank our session staff. So as you know, our committees are winding down, and so many of our committee secretaries will not be in the Capitol. And so rather than wait till the end when we sometimes recognize our staff, these folks have really helped us. They really help us, many of them for years and years. And it's just so important that we recognize them for all of the good things they do for us. And so if I could get the session staff to kind of come on in and kind of line up here in front of the dais. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna try to butcher some names here and recognize them individually. If they just raise their hand or step forward, whichever is the case. And of course, to lead off is the Chief Clerk, Katie Talbot, and I really appreciate all of her hard work. And second is John Earnshaw, and Assistant Chief Clerk and the Reader. John is the guy that tells me what to do when I don't do it right, and I appreciate it. He does it in a very nice way. All of us, I think anybody that's been in the chair, he's kind of hinted to you what you needed to do. We appreciate that. Cindy Farwell is our staff supervisor. Carol Clark is leadership secretary. Carol has the unenviable task of trying to keep me on time and in line. It's really hard to do. I really appreciate all of her work. Chris Carlson, who's worked here a long time, computer floor clerk. Gwen Vines is our journal clerk. Charlene Randolph is our messenger. Clarissa Nord is our attorney secretary. Patty Mangini is our page and chamber support clerk. +20 years. Yeah. And Ed Mangini, I'm going to do him next just because he's with Patty all the time. And what a good guy. He's our doorman in the gallery. Dennis Russell is our sergeant at arms. Thanks, Dennis. Greg Yarber is our doorman at the chamber. Those two gentlemen always have a warm welcome in the morning. It's really appreciated. Jackie Wortman, hospitality room assistant, AM. Virginia Spindler, hospitality room assistant, PM. Sandy Dent is our copy room clerk. And then we have our committee secretaries. We have Debbie Russell with Judiciary. Jackie Childress with Appropriations. Marilyn Jeffrey with Revenue. Diana Hicksenbaugh with Education. Mark Knotts with Agriculture. And Barb Austin Twice, Travel and Corporations, I think. And then we have Diane Hicksenbaugh again on Transportation. Mark Knotts on Minerals. You're going to get doubled up here. Marilyn Jeffrey on Labor. And Carol Clark was our rules secretary too, so besides being leadership secretary. So thank you on that. And Denise Knotts was the secretary support clerk. So I just want to really thank all of you folks for coming and helping us. It's not the money, it's because you enjoy the legislature, and I think in the process, and we really, I hope you've enjoyed it. We really appreciate you folks. So if you would, when you exit here, if you would just kind of split and go down the aisle so these good folks can give you a handshake, I'd appreciate it. So thank you. You bet. The House will please come to order. That was pretty awesome. Thanks, you guys. We are at that order of business of request to concur with Senate amendments to House bills. The first message for our consideration is message number 450 on House Bill 74, Chairman Newsom is not back yet, so maybe I'll wait on that one. Okay. Looks like she's not here yet, so we'll set that one aside and we'll do four. Okay. Yep. I guess the first message for our consideration is message number 451 on House Bill 89, Chairman Nicholas. Just a second. Representative Oakley, could you come here for a minute, please? And then Chairman Nicholas, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I would move message number 451 to House Bill 89 and ask for your aye vote. So this is the State Investments Returns Adequate Reserve Funding Bill. You may recall that we took the money and we put the money in the budget. So we did that first, and then this bill that went down the hall, I asked them to strip out the money because we'd already done it. And so all this amendment does is basically take out the money, but it creates the infrastructure to carry on the process as we move forward for all of the reserve accounts. So I'd ask for your aye vote.
We are voting on the motion to concur. You bet. If you would like, Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the good chairman, wasn't there some other stuff deleted out of this bill? House Bill 89, not just the money? Like a page or two? Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, the answer is yes. Our good friends down the hall.
Chairman Nicholas, this will
sorry,
be
Mr.
for your second time. So
Okay.
before you go there, does anybody else have a question for the first time? Representative Larson Lloyd for your first time.
Mr. Chairman, and yes, in addition to removing the funding, they moved the language that would have established a reserve account for the Wildlife Trust Fund. Say,
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the sponsor? Chairman Harshman for your second time.
Thank you, and I do support concurrence, but you'll remember this body, we put in that bill to make the Wildlife Trust Fund truly a trust fund with a spending policy. It's probably, I don't want that to be a bill killer, but it's a really important, because if you look at Pool A, it's like $270 million. Most of Pool A is a Wildlife Trust Fund. And we want to get that into more of a permanent footing now that we've fully funded it to $200 million. But we don't need to put it in this bill. This body put it in that bill, an amendment. Appreciate your support. I think we all know the value of doing that. Hopefully we have a bill now next year can pass the unholy 2/3 to get introduced to make sure we can do that with this large amount of money that is in Pool A. So I would urge your aye vote on concurrence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We are voting on the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 89. The majority of the elected members is required. The Chief Clerk will please call the roll.
Allemand, Allred, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Berger, Brown, Burkhart, Byron, Chadwick, Chestick, Clauston, Conrad, Crago, Davis, Eklund, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Henderson, Hornock, Jennings, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Locke, Nyman, Newsom, Nicholas, Nemec, Northrup, Oakley, Obermuller, O'Hearn, Olson, Ottman, Pendergraft, Penn, Provenza, Rodriguez-Williams, Sherwood, Singh, Slagle, Smith? Stiff? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washit? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwaniter Dan? Zwaniter Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Slagle, aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 50 aye, 9 no, 3 excused.
By your vote, you have voted to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 89. We are at that order of business of bills on third reading and final passage. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move the third reading consent list consisting of the following Senate files: Senate File 80, Senate File 83, Senate File 108, Senate File 112, and Senate Joint Resolution Number 5.
Would anyone like any of these bills removed from the consent list? Will the reading clerk read the bills on the consent list?
Senate File 80, sponsored by Senator McEwen. Visitation rights, an act relating to public health and safety, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. Senate File 83, sponsored by Senator Rothfuss. K through 12 school facility leasing, an act relating to K through 12 school facility leasing, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. Senate File 108, sponsored by Senator Nethercott. Court reporter fees, district court discretion, an act relating to courts, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. Senate File 112, sponsored by Senator Nethercott. Peer support counseling, confidentiality, an act relating to labor and employment, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. Senate Joint Resolution 5, sponsored by Senator Boner. Air Force 75th Anniversary, a joint resolution to recognize and congratulate the United States Air Force on the 75th anniversary of its founding, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
Having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall these bills pass the House? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Excused? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Klauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Marshman? Heiner? Henderson? Warnock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Excused. Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermueller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez-Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stiff? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washit? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwaniter Dan? Excused. Zwaniter Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 58 aye, 4 excused.
Having received the oh, yeah, you gotta.
As for Senate File 80, are there any changes? Yin, aye to no. Further changes? Chestic, aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 56 aye, 2 no, 4 excused. As for Senate File 83, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 58 aye, 4 excused. As for Senate File 108, are there any changes? Hornock, aye to no. Smith, aye to no. Slagle, aye to no. Stivar, aye to no. Strzok, aye to no. Bear, aye to no. Ward, aye to no. Ottman, aye to no. Angelos, aye to no. Knapp, aye to no. Jennings, aye to no. Allemand, aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 46 aye, 12 no, 4 excused. As for Senate File 112, are there any changes? Ottman? Aye to no. Western? Western excused to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 58 aye, 1 no, 3 excused. As for Senate Joint 5, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Western excused to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 59 aye, 3 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of the majority of members elected to the House, Senate Files 80, 83, 108, 112, and Senate Joint Resolution 5 have passed the House. Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With accordance with Rule 7-3, as we enter the third reading regular list, I'd like to lay back Senate File 107 and Senate File 137 for one additional day.
Without objection, it is so ordered. Chairman Olson, could you come up here for a second? We're at that order of business of bills on third reading regular list. The first Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 131.
Senate File 131, sponsored by Senator Hutchings. Prohibition on delivery of unsolicited ballot forms, an act relating to elections being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
We have an amendment. Representative Knapp.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I move that third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 131 and ask for your favorable consideration. This is a simple amendment. The language of this amendment is slightly different than the language as it appeared on the original version of Senate File 131 as introduced. Senate File 131 was originally written, "No person able to distribute an absentee ballot request form unless requested by a qualified elector." This left a notable loophole in the bill in which any qualified elector could request an absentee ballot request form and have that distributed to anyone else, thus defeating the purpose of the bill. With this language, no one else can send an absentee ballot request form to a qualified elector unless it is specifically requested by that qualified elector. And with that, I'd stand for questions.
Representative Craigo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a question for the good bringer of the amendment. I'm just trying to line this in real quick. So we get rid of the part that talks about any document which claims to be an official election document, and just say that no one can send out a ballot request form unless specifically required by a qualified elector. I guess my question for the good bringer is, do we run into any sort of First Amendment problems with changing the language? Because it is, as it is now, we're just saying you can't claim to be something you're not and send anything out. And by taking that out, are we creating some sort of First Amendment argument? Just a question for the bringer.
No, I don't believe so.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their first time? Second time, Representative Knapp.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize. I don't believe so. This language just clears up that specific loophole. I don't believe it causes any constitutional question.
All right, sensing your urge to vote. All those in favor of third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 131 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Chair is in doubt. All those in favor of third reading amendment number 1, please stand. Okay. Thank you. All those opposed, please stand. Thank you. Thank you. Third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 131 has been adopted 30 to 28. I don't think there's any, yeah, that was adopted. 30 was the first number you gave me. Senate File 131 having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Allred, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Berger, Brown, excused, Burkhart, Byron, Chadwick, Chestick, Klauston, Conrad, Crago, Davis, Eklund, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Henderson, Hornock, Jennings, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Locke, Nyman, Newsom, excused, Nicholas, Nemec, Northrup, Oakley, Obermuller, O'Hearn, Olson, Ottman, Pendergraft, Penn, Provenza, Rodriguez-Williams, Sherwood, Singh, Slagle, Smith, Stith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Trujillo, Walters, Ward, Washut, Western, Winter, Wiley, Yin, Swanser Dan, excused, Swanser Dave, Speaker Summers. Are there any changes? Henderson, no to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 54 aye, 5 no, 3 excused.
Senate File 131, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, Senate File 131 has passed the House. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 146.
Senate File 146, sponsored by Appropriations. State-funded capital construction, an act related to state-funded capital construction being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
We have amendments. Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 146 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, if you remember during the presentation of this bill, what this amendment does actually on page 3 and the top of page 4, it basically kind of strikes that section. So if you remember during the presentation of this bill, it was said that what they're trying to do with this particular section is mirror a play in the playbook that the department that builds and maintains our roads, they're kind of using that, taking a play out of their playbook. And so I want to kind of go through this and just explain it a little bit. I don't think it's a play that we should be able to use in this type of construction. So let me explain a little bit. That section allows for a 30% escalation in fee based on higher supply costs, and then it also can lower it by 7.5%. So the department that takes care of our roads and builds and maintains our roads, they do this in their contracts, and I'd like to kind of tell you why. Most of their contracts are not a lump sum type of contract that they do. They do their contracts based on a material price. And so there is a difference between vertical construction and the horizontal construction that we're talking about in this bill. Vertical construction is what our road department does. They take care of that vertical stuff, bridges and roads. The construction department, which is what is in this bill, takes care of our vertical construction. So those are two separate animals, really, in the construction world. And So when you're basing your material price in a vertical construction market and you're saying, hey, my asphalt cost is this per ton, you're basing it on that price because asphalt is an oil-based product. Oil changes every day. So as you fluctuate in price, that's what you deal with. Also, the road department that we have, during their projects, what happens on their projects is that they have an engineer on site full-time, all the time during construction. And it makes sense because that engineer actually can guide and direct the process of that construction. Put more base in over here, change this over here, take care of this over here, need a little more asphalt over here. So as you're doing those, as the contractors coming in and take care of that, they're just tracking their tonnage, they're just tracking their trucks, they're just tracking the material that they use in that construction. So it makes sense because there's an engineer on site all the time that's directing traffic for this. And we need to do changes right away in that particular world. So as you probably know, there are, in the construction world, we kind of say there's two seasons in Wyoming. There's construction and there's winter. And so the department that takes care of our roads is going gung-ho. I don't know if you've ever driven across the highways during the summertime. You know, every so often you run into the orange barrels because they've got to get that work done in a certain amount of time. And so they bid these projects out early on, they get the contractors in place, and then they go during the summertime. And they've got those engineers in place directing traffic as they go along. And so your material price is based on the price that you have given in your contract, and that can change throughout the summer as oil prices change and all that stuff. It does make sense for our department that takes care of roads. That does make perfect sense. And their contracts are already tailored to do something like that. Now, in the vertical construction world, as we're going up out of the ground, it's completely different. Oftentimes, the plans are pretty much completed. You can thumb through a set of plans that says for construction on them. And a contractor can estimate every door, every window, every square foot of drywall, every bit of paint, every bit of concrete that's going to go into that project. So he nails down his price, and that's how he bids that price. Also, there is not necessarily somebody there directing his traffic all the time. If there were, then our construction department would take on undue liability for that. Because you want those contractors, there's a certain amount of where you want those contractors, you want them to do what they know how to do. It's called means and method. You want them to use their own means and methods to take care of the work that's going on. You don't want to micromanage them. You don't want to direct them very specifically, because that puts the liability on you as the department managing this project, because they're just going to, well, it's not on the plans, but I'm going to charge you for it. So there's a certain amount of liability that trades hands from the general contractor to the construction management department. And then the contracts as part of the vertical construction, they're not set up this way. This is not an industry standard practice. Typically, when contracts are let, when they're bid, the price is set. The dollar value is set within that contract, and it's very specific. Any changes, you go through this process to allow for those changes. You submit the change order, it's vetted. You know, there's quite a bit of process to getting a change order, to changing that dollar amount that's set within that contract. And many of these projects, they continue to run right through that winter construction period. So the projects are ongoing and they can be for years. There's also always built into the budget a contingency, a dollar amount. So we've already kind of built into the budget a little bit of fluff, so to speak, so that we can cover some costs that may come up. So contractors are, able to lock in their prices with subs and suppliers and things. But anyway, I just wanted to say that this particular type of thing is not an industry standard. It's not typically the way that we do things. This is, our construction department is sort of experimenting with this one. And I don't really think it's a good idea because we're not really set up for that, and it's changing the mechanism for which they work. So anyway, I'll stand for questions on that and ask for your aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Brown for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More succinctly, vote no.
Representative Walters for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment, and really, here's the goal of the idea. First off, we need to understand this is a may to the agency, so it's an opportunity to look for ways to create efficiency and save the state money. If they determine that this isn't going to work, the funds won't be used, and that's okay. But we can't learn these things if we don't try new things. And the goal here is to look for ways to find efficiencies, look for ways to keep a contractor from superinflating a bid just to protect the contractor. And so this is how we can try and address that. Again, it is modeled off of more of a horizontal construction method. The agency will have a way of determining what materials. It's only going to be specific materials. This is not the entirety of the project. It's material based. And in a lot of these vertical projects, what we've seen over the last few years is a subcontractor will only hold their bid open, or not their bid open, but their bid availability for 4 to 5 days. So if you don't sign on the dotted line within 4 to 5 days, they say, no, we aren't going to hold it any longer because their prices are changing that rapidly. So how do they compensate for it? They throw a much larger number at it, which we either accept or we don't accept. When we can put a method like this into place, it allows us an opportunity to try and save some money. If it doesn't work, that's okay, because we are no worse off if it doesn't work. We can only gain from this opportunity. Second, this isn't just money that will be handed out. This is money that will be in the contract spelled out how the contractor would be able to ask for this to be reimbursed. The department and the agency will then work through with the contractor and determine if the increase in cost was based on something out of their control or within their control. So this isn't just an automatic to these folks. And then as to the amount that's within the budget here, this is for the projects that are listed in this capital construction bill. There's no other projects that this would be applied towards. And so like I said, there's only upside, really no downside, and the upside is in the opportunity to save money for the state of Wyoming so that we don't end up with superinflated bid prices. So again, on and against the amendment, and thanks for your time.
Representative Davis for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment, with being in this industry a lot in my lifetime, when you bid a job, you do put in that fluff as a subcontractor to the general, and the general does the same thing. So if we're adding another contingency on top of that, I think that's a little redundant. But a lot of times when we would run into a discretion, there would be an arbitration between the two entities, and then that's where the problem would be handled and worked out. So I think at that point, we could come back to and satisfy the funding at that time if that was an issue. So on and for the amendment.
Representative Bear for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment. I appreciate the bringer of the amendment. The idea here, it looks to me, is to put some sideboards on these spends. And we really have
created a philosophy of just come and ask for more and we'll get it for you. And it unfortunately creates a behavior that leads to cost overruns. We're talking about savings from members of the Appropriations Committee, but reality is we're spending more than we should. And a sideboard here and there is really a prudent way of handling this and creating a way of dealing with human behavior. So on and for the amendment.
Representative Larson Lloyd for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would encourage a no vote on this and would like to maybe address some of the concerns that have been expressed by the bringers of the amendment. Agreed that horizontal construction, vertical construction is a different, but there just certainly are a lot of the same issues in there when we talk about having an engineer on site or a person on site all the time on horizontal construction. We do the same on vertical construction. On this facility that we're standing in today, we had an owner's rep. On the State Hospital and Life Resource Center, we had people on site every day. And we have project engineers or owner's reps on site representing the interests of the state. We need to do that. The means and methods that the good bringer of the amendment referred to is really particular to make sure that if we as an owner are dictating to them how the contractor has to do specific items, then they become our employees, and then we have to assume all of their all of the things that are associated with an employee. So you avoid that. And but that doesn't mean that you don't have people on site. The engineers on vertical construction are allowing those contractors in the same way to exercise their skills and make those determinations within the scope of the bid. The good speaker that just spoke prior to me, or two before me, talked about if there's a cost overrun, then there can be an arbitration, and they work that out. This is indeed exactly what we're trying to address. So in the change order process, so what we've seen is we've seen an escalation of bids, and the intent of this is to say, within this bid process, if you get going and you find, as the good bringer of the amendment points out on vertical construction, if petroleum or aggregate or concrete fluctuates up or down in the price, then it impacts the price on that project. We use those same commodities going vertical, whether it's fuel from oil and from oil, or concrete's the same, steel's the same. Those commodities fluctuate up and down, and so seeing those come, as those of you that have been in this come into play, the bidder saying, how do I protect myself against this? This attempt here is to say, okay, come into this knowing that if we acknowledge within a given period of time, you may see a 30% fluctuation up or down, not just up or down. And if it goes up, the first 7.5% escalation's on you, Mr. Contractor. Likewise, if it goes down, you get to capture the savings of that first 7.5%. If it exceeds over that, then we're going to come in and through this arbitration discuss and see how much the cost of materials, and they're going to identify, it's not on labor, they're going to identify those materials that they think have commodity type traits of fluctuating up or down, and then discuss on what that impact will be, the change order, and we've now got the funding in place to have that conversation. Likewise, if it goes down more than 7.5%, then the owner, us, would expect to see a savings or a credit back on the project. And so in doing so allows the bids to become much tighter in the whole process. There are I would just again encourage the body to resist amendment. I think they've got a good plan in place. It's been visited about extensively. Appreciate the Breener's attempt to watch out for the interests of the state, but I think that in essence that's what this does for the state by the Department of Construction. So again, I would ask for a no vote.
Chairman Nicholas for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a little background, ladies and gentlemen. So about a little over 10 years ago, I think it was 12 years ago, we took the construction department and created an own division. It was underneath A&I, or Administration and Information, the large department. So we plucked it out. We raised the position so that the director of this department will be basically sit with the governor and meet directly in terms of how he operates this agency. And it does both this state capital construction, and it also supervises and oversees all of the school capital construction in the state of Wyoming. And so we went out and 2 years ago, we went out and had a nationwide search to hire a new director who had the sufficient experience to actually do the job. We found one who has done extensive school capital construction and other type of construction projects. At any given time, they usually have anywhere between $500 million to $1 billion worth of some type of work going on. You know, if you take all the major maintenance, you take all of the things that are under their bailiwick. And they're a very small but aggressive and adept agency, and they're doing a great job at it. So the director came to us during the interim and said, I've done this before on vertical construction. I think I can save the state money by doing this. So he came up, he put the plan together and brought it to us, and we said, okay, this is what we hired you for. So this de-escalation, escalation concept is something that we're created in order. The only reason it's in here is to try it on this type of construction and see if we save money. And that, so if it works, it works. But we'll know in a year or 2 or 3. But I do know that these projects, you know, if you take the construction project on this building, it took 4.5 years to finish this building from start to finish. And lots of things change and lots of things happen. And I would submit that actually it's more important to have this ability on vertical construction because of those timeframes that are involved. Whereas road construction, you know, you buy all your gravel, you buy all your dirt, all your asphalt, and you do that all in one summer. And then you're ready for the next year. So it's even more important to do it on vertical construction. And this is to support our new director. He's doing a great job. And if he saves us money, it'd be great. So on and against the amendment.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the sponsor of the amendment? Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, on and for the amendment, I'm not discounting what our construction department does and the difficulty of their work and the importance of their work. What I'm doing is just saying that I don't think this is a good idea. If you think politicians know how to work the system, you ain't got nothing on contractors. So a contractor will see this escalation, de-escalation type of thing, and they will figure out how to work the system a little bit on it. So, you know, the first thing we're going to see is lower bids, and then they're always going to come back with the escalation factor. So I just don't think this is a good idea for the type of construction we're concerned with in this bill, and I would urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Sensing your urge to vote, all those in favor of third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 146 signify by saying aye. All those opposed? No. Third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 146 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration, Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 146 and ask for your favorable consideration. So members, if you look on page 11 on the bill, we have a number at the top of roughly $51 million. And then the note below that number kind of divides it into state facilities projects and community college projects. So the $51 million is inflationary reserve for these projects. So just as a little bit of background on an inflationary reserve type of thing, when you're doing these construction projects, there's several factors that go into it. There's construction delivery methods. So in a construction delivery method, we have a hard bid project. So that's when the plans are done and you get a set of plans, you bid the plans, and you bid a number on doing those plans, on completing the plans. There's also a construction manager at risk, which on some of the larger projects works very well because you bring in a contractor during the design phase to do your ongoing cost estimating to know what the design of the project is going to cost you in the end. So the contractor works with the designers to make sure that their design is not going too far one way or the other, to keep them kind of in a narrow limits with that. There's also, there's various other delivery methods. So there's also a factor of the construction contracts themselves. When we sign a contract with these general contractors, we're locking them into a price. And so by that, and they understand what's going on. By that, we're saying, you're going to build this project for this price. The problems you run into, well, that's why you know what you know. That's why you bring in the subcontractors that you know. That's where your expertise comes in to figure out how to get this project done for this dollar amount. So we've locked them into a price. There's also the factor of construction management. The owner's rep idea was tossed around, and that's what our construction department kind of does as well. Is they manage these projects, they make sure that these projects are being managed properly so that the general contractor doesn't run away, the architect doesn't run away. They keep everybody playing, they keep the team together, and they work very well. They're a very important part of the overall project. And then there's also scope that's involved in the project. When projects go over budget or are over budget, the first thing you look at is, well, how can we cut scope? What can we do to scale back just a little bit with these construction projects? So there's many things that you can do to avoid inflationary costs. There's many things that are already tailored into this construction animal that are there to keep the animal caged up. And I think those are very, very important. So what I'm asking to do with this is actually just take that $51 million and cut it in half. So that I understand we've got some inflationary pressures right now, I'm not discounting that at all. But right now we've got a bunch of projects that were, in order to get to this $51 million, they used calculations. They used calculations based on various factors throughout the industry. And so how do we come up with that $51 million? We calculate out several things, and that's the chunk of money that we've got for this. So I'm just squeezing the sideboards down just a little bit. The construction department is probably going to come back to us next year as they've worked with the budget we gave them. They've worked with the inflation money we've given them. And they're going to work throughout this year to figure out what their budget needs to be for next year on these projects. We don't know what the market's going to do. We could have, construction seems to be kind of leveling out. And so we don't know what those were. My concern here is that we are basically, with the $51 million, we're estimating the next 3 years are going to be like the last 3 years were. And I really don't think they are going to be. So I'm just asking that we cut this back a little bit. And then another thing that I've done with the amendment that in talking with our construction department, they did have a idea that I thought was valid and said, if we cut this money in half, If you look at that footnote on the original bill, it divides that between the facilities department and community colleges. And I kind of mixed it all together so that you have just one budget and you can use it on either side. Anyway, with that, I'll stand for questions and ask for your favorable consideration on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Larson Lloyd, for your first time.
So, Mr. Chairman, I don't disagree with the bringer of this amendment, other than there's some components that I think that are left out that are important for us to consider. And that is the length of time it takes us to, over the past, we're kind of at this point in time where the state has responded to a couple of things that is impacting these projects as they come to bid. For example, we've got an auditorium in Riverton that I think most of you are familiar with, that on the high school there, that is being worked and getting ready for a bid.
Representative Larson, those folks in the back that are talking, they're making too much noise. If they'd move around, they can go into my office and talk.
I'll tell them.
But it's disrupting people from hearing. Sorry about that, Representative Larson.
I told them there's no redemption for such a thing, Mr.
That's
Chairman.
accurate.
So, Mr. Chairman, so I was using an example of Riverton. We brought that forward 2 years ago based on, so this is 2023 and 21, based on 2018 estimates. Okay, and so now, and that's not completely unusual on on some of these projects that we get, where the original cost estimates are several years old. And so if you use an inflation rate of 3 to 5% a year, 3, 6, 9, or 5, 10, 15, then we get ready to bid. And then you throw in there, I believe in 2019, we didn't have a CapCon bill. So all of the projects in there were then moved forward with an earlier bid. And so what we've seen in the Department of Construction has done, that the bringer of this amendment has identified, is that there's these inflationary pressures, but they're exasperated because of the length of time that the estimates that we base the project on and the appropriations that we've already put out there are based on. So I agree, you've got a base price there, you need to live within that if it's a price that works. And so what the department has come back and said is, we've got a number of these with the year that we didn't have CapCon, that we are just going to see some inflationary pressures. What will they be? They've took the base price of the estimate in the length of time, and they're using from 20 to 30% that is available to help address these, if that's indeed the inflationary pressures that are warranted. They don't know because they haven't got everything, the bids in on everything. I would encourage a no vote, because we need to, these projects have been approved and appropriated. They're state projects, they're community college projects, and that we need to make sure and get moving forward. And so I think the consideration and the acknowledgement that there's inflationary pressures are right. I just would suggest that I would hook my horse to the numbers that the department, who has spent months putting this together to ensure that we've got a means to move this stuff forward and not reduce it by 50%. So I'd encourage a no vote on this amendment.
Anybody else for their first time? Representative Davis, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this goes, well, the last presenter just walked out the door. But my question is, are we foreseeing that this many projects could actually go and get started before the next time we gather here at this hall? And I mean, we're looking at an inflationary deal. Most of these projects are a year or two in long. How I would think that would be pretty reasonable for us to take half of that, put it back into a better interest-bearing account, and still have there, that would be pertinent, say, for the next 12 months before we come back and rebudget this again. It seems to me pretty simple. With the shortages of labor in the state and everything else, I can't foresee all these projects getting kicked off this fast. I mean, we've already seen what's going on at UW. I mean, there's 3 projects going that can't really get going, so I'm with the bringer of the amendment here. I think if we cut it in half, put the other half back, get a little more interest on it, we'd be in better shape for next time.
Representative Walters for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment. The assumption of the amendment is that we already haven't gone through the statutory requirements that include giving a written approval to increase the project or not give that approval, to reauthorize the bidding of the project, in which case typically those bids come in higher than when we're already there. Making sure that we have revised the scope, value engineered every place we can. These are all things that have already taken place in this process. To the number of projects, these are projects that some of the funding was appropriated for these projects as far back as 2017. And it's taken this long to get through the process. It's taken this long. Some of them required multiple year appropriations, which took longer in the process. So when you start with a number that was the budgeted amount in 2017, and now you're ready to kick it off this year, we all know that even at the old historic inflation rate of 3.5% to 4% a year, that number is going to be off significantly by now. So that's why there is a need for this. Again, as we discussed the other day, there's about 35 projects this will affect, and yes, all of those will kick off this year. The other concern or the other need that we have to have is to be able to sign the contract. State law requires us to have all the money in place. So if we want to cut this in half, I'd like you to think about a balloon, and we can squeeze the balloon at the bottom this year, and then next year we can come back and fund these projects and start on these projects. And what will have happened is that balloon will have been squeezed this year, and it will have expanded to the top of the balloon, and so it will be an even higher price that we pay next year. Because we can have this funding available this year, the contracts can be signed this year and not have to wait an additional year to go forward with these projects that have already been approved, but we are experiencing this kind of inflation on these sorts of projects. And remember, these are pre-bid, so these are not contracts that have gone to bid and they're signed contracts. These are projects that are about to go out. And they're as small as a roof, as an HVAC system at our Women's Center, as little things like that. We're not going out and building $100 billion new buildings here, folks. But they are large in the scope that they cost a lot of money to put a new roof on a 4,000 or 5,000 square foot building and things of that effect. And so that's the types of projects we're talking about. Again, it goes towards about $1.2 billion worth of projects that have been previously approved, that as we put these into play, it's going to take a little extra money. All of the scope has already been reviewed to make sure that we are not expanding scope. All of the value engineering has taken place, making sure we can get the most out of this. Now this is needed to be in place so that we can sign these contracts and move forward with these projects instead of delaying. We had a speaker a moment ago talk about not having a capital construction bill in 2020. We're still feeling the effects of that today as we try to get these projects kicked off, moving forward. And again, this is roofs, HVAC systems, things like that. If we want to let our facilities fall to the ground, we can do it. And then in several years, we can pay for it in wholesale value at that time, and it just won't be efficient for the state. So again, on and against the amendment, please know that our agency has worked these numbers hard, and they're treating these dollars as though they're their own dollars coming out of their pocket, and they're doing everything they possibly can to be as efficient with the dollars. And again, on and against the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Knapp for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment, I'm listening very carefully to the testimony because number one, the bringer of the amendment has extensive experience in this field. But number two, I came from a county where when we did have a boom, not everything's perfect. You tend to create your own inflationary bubble because every entity is building at once. and costs go up, labor goes up, and sometimes you just have to decide for yourselves, maybe this isn't the time to do this particular project and hold it back because you've created that inflation. Now, we're in a situation where inflation has been created for us, whereas there's supply issues, there's labor issues. And I read a statistic the other day that said 60% of construction projects nationwide have stopped due to cost increases, that they cannot overcome in the private sector. And so I just would have some caution that sometimes when inflation is so high, when supply costs are so high, when labor costs are so high, and we give a bid that kind of shows what we're willing to pay with inflation costs, those bids may come in lower, and we call them those changes later change orders. And we had a lot of companies that got very wealthy bidding low and then relying on the change orders to come. So it's a tough environment to build in right now. And I realize we have the money built up, but I would just caution the body. Thank you.
Chairman Nicholas for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment, ladies and gentlemen. So this amendment will impact almost every one of you in almost every one of your counties in one fashion or another. And it will stop current contracts from being completed. Let me give you a perfect example. Here in Laramie County at the community college, there's a rack that's being constructed. That rack came in at roughly $23 million to complete 2.5 years ago. The current price on that building is about $38 million to finish it. You heard me talk a few days ago about the cost estimate of the natatorium at UW. 2 years ago, the cost of that was roughly $28 million to finish it. Then it went up to $38 million. Right now, that cost at current estimates is $80 million to finish that project, the exact same project. I don't know if you were paid attention to the news in the last couple of days, but the forecast is that at least for the next year and probably the next two, inflation is going to stay with us. And so that means that this 51 million that we have in this may not be enough. We don't know. Because if inflation continues to grow, then we're going to be right back here a year from now, and instead of asking for 51 million, we're going to ask for 65 million. And so it's going to cost us more as we wait, because we know that much about what the inflationary pressures are and what's happening in the United States. So every one of you will be impacted for schools. You'll be impacted on your community colleges and on any major maintenance and construction going on by the state, around the state. So I think you need to step back and think about this process and what our responsibility is for all these particular projects that we've already paid for, we've already approved, and yet the price of materials in many of the commodities has doubled in 2 years or 3 years since they were originally approved. They hired an independent contractor to come in and put this figure together. It's a conservative number. And we put their nose to the grindstone. We tell them it's got to be a conservative number because we don't want to overpay, but we need to finish the jobs and the construction that is going on now because it's something that we agreed to do as part of our responsibility to get this construction projects finished. So on and against.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time? Representative Davis for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question, I guess, to the bringer of the bill, I guess, is did we not put inflationary funds forth last time we budgeted? So this is a supplemental, which is an additional 51 million above what has already been into our inflationary account, I guess is the question. It's not. I see the shaker of the head. Well, I don't think we're questioning the ability of these projects to get off. I'm just trying to question how this fund if it was established before and then we additional 51 more million dollars into it, and it's an inflationary fund. It's not really earmarked for any one project. Is that correct?
Representative Larson Lloyd for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to answer that question, no, there wasn't, we did not put anything in the standard budget not in the standard budget, but in the CapCon bill last year to address any inflationary factors. But it was the activities and the pressures that we were seeing on the bidding last year that brought this method forward, because we've seen that there was going to continue to be, you'll recall last year we added some additional funding to a school in Lincoln County, and I have it in my mind one other county because of this same issue. And so we recognize that, just like the other inflationary pressures, that we probably ought to have something in place to respond. And your point is very important too. So we don't break out let's go back to the auditorium example. We don't say, okay, your inflation is this, so we're going to take this and put it in the project. We don't do that. We're saying we've got to look at each of these projects, base bid, see what the bids are coming out, see if it warrants an inflation adjustment or not. Might be 1%, might be 2%, might be 10%, project to project. But the pot as a whole, and then they'll address the respective projects individually as warranted. The other important thing is the project, you bid your project to me, or I bid my project to you, and it says that the project, as the good bringer of the amendment said, has the plans, the details, and you base your budget on that. This does not allow them then to alter the base budget to enhance with additional fluff or something else that boy, now we got a few extra shekels here we can add to this project to make it a little nicer. It doesn't do that. Would encourage a no vote.
Anybody else? Representative Hornock, bring us home.
You got it, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. $51 million. That's what we're talking about here. I'm not discounting that we have inflationary pressures. I'm only trying to cut that in half, down to roughly $26 million. From the testimony, you would assume that every government building we have is falling apart, that the sky is falling down around us, that there's not enough money anywhere to do anything. That's not exactly true. When you think of government projects, one of the first things that comes to your mind, is it that they come in on time and on budget? If it's not, then right here is what you're witnessing why that is the case. Because it's time for us in this body to kind of start putting our foot down on these projects. We have allocated money to them. They are good projects. There's things that we can do that I explained at the beginning of what you can do to manage your project well, of what you can do to manage the scope a lot better. We can put sideboards on these things. One of the ways that we in this body put sideboards on that is by putting our foot down when it comes to costs that we're just assuming might have to be there. Well, let's cut this budget in half. Let's make our department sharpen their pencil. These projects will move forward. We're just cutting this in half so that the next time we get something like this, we know they have run it to ground, and we know we're getting the best value we can out of our dollars. I encourage and I vote. Thank you.
Question having been called, all those in favor of third reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 146 signify by saying aye. All those opposed? No. Third reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 146 has failed. Division being called. All those in favor, please rise. Thank you. All those opposed, please rise. Thank you. Third reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 146 has failed 25 to 35. Next amendment for our consideration is third reading amendment number 3, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 3 to Senate File 146 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an amendment which deals with the construction that we're seeing at the University of Hawaii, the university for this state. And that construction, we put in $120 million during our Committee of the Whole amendment. And this $120 million is targeted toward 3 construction jobs, one of which is really already funded and finishing up. That's the law school. The second is the student housing, which started approximately 4 years ago. We got some of the base work done. And in other words, we got a parking lot and a few things done to create these towers for the student housing. And fortunately, we spent so much time getting that done that some of the efforts to raise the funds for the project kind of timed out, didn't have enough funds because of inflation and other things. And now we're in a situation where the university is coming back to the state and asking for more funds to finish the construction. It was testified during the Committee of the Whole that this would be doled out in 3 years, and it would be approximately $40 million per year. What this amendment does is it just restricts it to $40 million one time, and then we can come back next year when we're doing our budget and address it again. Already in the Committee of the Whole amendment and the bill itself as it sits right now, we are restricting them to finishing one project at a time. And I think that's really how we got into the situation we're in right now. It was testified by the good members of appropriations that they needed to have this money out there because the university has a policy that they want all of the money set aside before they start the project. Well, we do have other funds available to the university should they decide to go into the third project, which is the to do some work on the stands at the football stadium. Now that project would require, you know, that they do either some bonding or take some money out of reserves if they chose to. But as the bill sits right now, we really don't expect them to start that until they finish the project on the student housing. So this bill just brings some clarity to it, makes it clear we're not going to fund these projects until one project is done and then on to the next. So I ask for your aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Stiff for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, on and against third reading
Amendment number 3 to Senate File 146. These projects have already been approved by the legislature. We approved the dorms. They were approved in 2019. The West Stands and the auditorium were approved in last session. So these projects are already approved. If we adopt this amendment, we're giving them just enough money to fail. It doesn't make any sense to do it this way. They won't be able to sign a contract to build the 2 dorms that we've already approved, again, years ago. As far as their bonding and reserve capacity goes, the university, they've got skin in the game. They already issued bonds in the approximate amount of $250 million. They've already done that. It's not like the university is not putting effort into making this work. So on and against.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the sponsor? First time, Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So a couple different things. Number one, these funds are not for the law school. The law school it has been fully funded and it's under contract and under construction at the current time. Interestingly about the law school, that the price went up to $38 million from what was a $28 million project, and the university is eating all of that extra $10 million on their own, just because that's what they have to do to get the project done. So let's talk about then the student housing. The bonding for that is actually $290 million, and we made available about $15 million initially, but they're basically doing all of that construction project besides that $15 million on their own. Through the bonding mechanisms. They do need an extra money now to finish those projects, which is part of this total project. Then we have the West Side Stands. You might recall from, if you were here last year, that the estimated price to do the West Side Stands was roughly $70 million. That price now is $120 million just to finish the West Side Stands. So UW is going to, they've got $20 million coming from donations from the Cowboy Joe type folks, and then the rest of it, the UW is going to find the rest of it, and they have to find the rest of it. But we have to get this project underway, we have to appropriate this 120 in order for them to sign the contracts. Those are the bylaws and the requirements that our Board of Trustees have. So if this amendment passes, they will not start that. They can't start that project. And they also can't move forward with the natatorium. That natatorium, you may recall, was about a $30 million project, and now it's an $80 million project. Where's the rest of the money going to come from? Other than these funds, this total of 120, they're going to have to come up with roughly at least $80 million to finish these projects. And they're going to do that on their own. And this is the number, the maximum number that we could agree with our folks down the hall. But they did, and the folks down the hall said, only 40, 40, 40. That's all we'll agree to. And we said, fine, if that's what you do. And so that's why that's the bill you have in front of you. So to move forward with these projects, which are already, by the way, in design and through the construction documents, and contracts will be let literally in the next couple of weeks for 2 of the projects. So if we don't pass this out, then they can't sign the contracts. So on and against.
Anybody else for their first time? Second time before the sponsor? Representative Bear, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the comments. Folks, I think it's pretty clear. We already approved these projects. We already had a budget for these projects. This is a supplemental budget. So here we are coming back, trying to add on. The question is, do we add on the full 120 million that we're going to offer them for the next 3 years, or do we just give them the 40 million for this year? I recommend the 40 million, and that's what this amendment does. I recommend an aye on the amendment.
Question being called. All those in favor of third reading amendment number 3 to Senate File 146 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Third reading amendment number 3 to Senate File 146 has failed. Next amendment for our consideration is third reading amendment number 4, Representative Allemand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading number 4 to Senate File 146, and ask for your favorable consideration. Midwest High School, it's a small town about 45 miles from Casper to the north. I went to school there for 12 years. We need a new swimming pool. In the past, one member and 2 past members of this House learned to swim there or spent a lot of time in that pool. Our pool is now 41 years old and was found to be unsafe and closed for good a year ago. These kids have gone through a lot. Their school was closed down for a year and a half because of alleged gas from the oil field leaking into it. They rode the bus 45 miles 2 ways every day. With work from the oil field and the VRUs and monitoring sites installed, the students were able to return to their school, no longer having to practice and have games at schools in Casper. They were once again Oilers. However, this 41-year-old swimming pool, when it failed and was determined unsafe in February 2022, in open meetings, the school board chairman has stated, if we can come up with $1 million for this project, the school board will come up with the rest to fix the pool and the building. There's not another pool for these children for 45 to 50 miles from Midwest. This would be a community pool, as it was before it was closed. Many of the people it would serve are below the poverty line and are disadvantaged. The Salt Creek oil field at Midwest contributes over 65% of the taxes collected in Natrona County for schools. However, those dollars find their way to Casper and then they get lost and can't find their way back home. My very small company sends to the state up to $200 daily when I am there, not here. I ask for your favorable consideration of this very small $1 million budget request to a school that very much needs and would appreciate it. I would much rather teach these kids how to swim instead of cook meth. And the amendment I'm asking for
Easy.
is page 11. After line 11, insert SCD Natrona School District Number 1 Midwest Pool. Under general funds, increase amount by $1 million. On page 12, after line 29, insert this appropriation is to the School Facilities Commission as administered by the State Construction Department for purposes of planning, design, and construction of a pool to be located at Midwest School within the Natrona County School District Number 1. We need this, folks. There's 150 kids in this school, and the community also uses this pool. I would stand for questions.
Chairman Brown for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to give the good committee members from committee number 2 a break on this one. And I'm going to come to the microphone and urge a no vote on this, and for a couple of different reasons, Mr. Speaker. Ultimately, what I want to start out with is we're in the midst of a legal battle. And this legal battle pits this body, this legislative body, and the executive branch against the schools that are claiming that we are funding schools disproportionately across the state. And so if you remember back, I'd take you back about 2.5, maybe even closer to 3 weeks that we've been here, we actually had our state budget that, as it came out, had 3 schools named in the actual budget for renovation and or repair in two different communities. And the discussion was constantly brought forward that we cannot do that because that's going to show favoritism, basically. And we don't do that. When we're scheduling money to go out to communities, we have to make sure that we're doing this in a prioritized way. And so those schools were essentially stripped out, and we said, hey, School Facilities Commission, here's a block of money for construction of schools across the state. And that's exactly what's going to happen. We're going to dedicate that money to the School Facilities Commission, and the commission is going to develop that list, and they're going to build it based off of the criteria that we have set in statute. Because that's what we do. That's how we do this. The next thing that I want to go after here is the idea that we don't build swimming pools. My community needed a swimming pool built very similar to the one from the gentleman that is talking about from Midwest here. My mother grew up swimming in the pool at the high school that I graduated from as well. And they went to the School Facilities Commission, and the School Facilities Commission said, this is called an enhancement. We don't build those here, ladies and gentlemen. Those belong to the community. The community forks that money over. One of the things that I see missing in this was, well, if we put up $1 million, they're going to fund the rest of this. I don't see that anywhere in here. I see a $1 million check for planning, construction, and design of a new pool to be located in Midwest School. I see nothing about a one-to-one match. I see nothing about this is going to be a portion of this, none of that. And that's because this is coming in on third reading on the CapCon budget, which the school facilities budget, which we've already passed and we've moved out of this house, was actually built into the budget, the state budget, not the CapCon budget. I understand that these kids have had it rough. I was actually working for the executive branch when this school was shut down, and I was involved in this process a little bit. The interesting thing is the kids that were displaced out of that school 3 or 4 years ago are graduated now. They're not going to get to enjoy this. So I appreciate the idea of bringing just a small amount to $1 million to try to help a community in need. But this is not where we do it. We also don't fund swimming pools. These are enhancements. And when you get into the school construction side of things and you start learning about this, this is exactly what we have learned in the process is we don't pick favorites in this community or in this body. We don't pit community against community and say that this community is better than that one and therefore we're going to give money out. So I'm going to urge a no vote. I hope that we can follow the process with this because I do believe that this is a worthy cause. But let's take this to the actual School Facilities Commission and let's run it through the process and let's actually have the discussion. Thank you.
Representative Larson, JT, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as I recall yesterday, I brought an amendment that would have helped a project like this in your community, and it wouldn't have had to go to a specific school or organization. It's something that the community could have applied for, and the body voted against it. So I think that I'm definitely a no vote on this because it's too specific to one specific project, and I think we have to have an application process for these community centers that we want to build. So,
Representative Hornock for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if you think about it, one of the problems that we do have here in Wyoming is that we have these large districts in for Wyoming, big cities, and then usually there's a little tiny satellite school way far away that's within that district. And so all of the capital construction money does get sucked up by those larger districts, and you know, they're the ones with the ADM, they're the ones with the students, they're the ones with the square footage, so they get funded. It's very, very difficult for those tiny schools way far away. Just think about that as you vote. I ask you to vote your conscience on this one. Thank you.
Representative Pendergraph for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick question, because I've heard what seems to me to be conflicting testimony. We just heard from, a minute ago, from the good chairman from Transportation that we don't build swimming pools. And yet a couple of days ago, I heard about one that has been on the books trying to get done at the university in this state. And it's been sitting there for a long time unfinished. So could somebody address that for me, please?
Anybody else for their first time? Representative Harshman for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, thanks. Just got a little electric shock there from that mic. Just a little history, this chamber was 1917, Mr. Speaker, and that corresponds with what was the largest production from the largest oil field in the world was in Salt Creek in 1917, the greatest amount of oil at that time ever produced. And so before there was a Campbell County that helped build this state, there was Salt Creek. And it built Casper. I mean, you folks who might remember where that beautiful golf course is now down by the river, just a massive industrial complex. When it closed down in 91, it looked like something almost out of the Eastern Bloc. I mean, it was incredible. One of the largest refineries anywhere. And that whole hillside going to the north of town was all storage tanks, dozens and dozens and dozens of them. And now all that land's been repurposed. But anyway, I guess my point is, so you got this little tiny town that really first built this state, won World War II, had the first great national scandal, right, before Watergate. And so a lot of history, so it's like a lot of small towns in the United States, they've shriveled up a lot. Interstates have bypassed them and all that. So you got this pool. I think I was a junior in high school. Learned to swim in the original outdoor pool that was filled with hot water from that was pumped as a side product with the oil. And but anyway, so it's 40 some years old, nearly 40 years old, but they don't have enough money to pay for it. The town doesn't. The school really doesn't. And so we're trying to find a way. I think there is a way actually that's in the ARPA bill. We passed that bill under a community facilities grant. It's going to be real close. I understand bringing this amendment. I understand it's probably going to get voted down, but hey, I got to vote with my people. So I'm going to support this amendment. And I know it's not the way we normally do business. We normally don't say a project like that and pick out a little town and and I see some of the old timers shaking their head at me. Hey, but it goes back farther than my time in the legislature. And so again, I fully expect it'll be defeated and this bill will go over as a pretty clean bill. But anyway, that's a little history for us all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Eklund for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, so I don't know if I'm going to vote for it or not, but I understand the challenges that a small community goes through. All of the towns that I represent are small and they've got similar challenges. This is in the wrong bill. It needs to be in a Facilities Commission construction bill. Needs to go through that process. That would be the main reason I might not vote for it. As far as I don't understand a question I'd have, is this a major maintenance or is it a complete rebuild of the pool? That's something that wasn't mentioned because there's two funding mechanisms. One is kind of a start from scratch and the other is major maintenance, which you have to pull out of your budget. And so it's still, you see enhancements funded by block grant. And this is a district that pulls in a lot of money from this small community that should have, I would think, have a little extra money. They may not think so, but they probably do. We're pretty generous in funding schools here in Wyoming. And I'm curious where the estimate came from, but I think that the better way to do this we're here to solve some problems, and we've got time to at least begin the process on solving this problem for this small community. So I think we should look into how to do it. ARPA was mentioned. I hadn't even thought of that. Others might have other ideas. But I think there should be ways of doing it, not in this bill exactly. I'm guessing it won't pass. But anyway, I can appreciate the problems and challenges of small communities, and I'd hope everybody considers at least a way of solving this problem.
Chairman Nicholas, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, ladies and gentlemen, I told the good bringer of this amendment that I will help him as much as I can, do it through the next interim to figure out a way to get a pool up there. That's one of the wonderful things that we can do as legislators is help our smaller communities and be a part of it. And I look forward to doing it. So with that, though, I would just respectfully to vote this amendment down, but we'll find a way. So on and against.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the bringer? Chairman Brown, for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to reiterate anything that I've already said. I just wanted to answer the one question that was brought up regarding the natatorium that is currently being worked on versus this particular, and that we don't build pools. The difference is one is state-owned, one is district-owned. The University of Wyoming's pool, the natatorium there, the state of Wyoming owns that. And we build our own facilities for our own university. That is a state department. When it comes to local school districts, and we have what we call enhancements, which are outside of the envelope of the building itself, those are on the responsibility of the school district. Now, that being said, I appreciate hearing from the chairman of appropriations that we want to look forward for this. And I've said it twice up here already, but we have our upcoming meeting here in about 10 minutes, or as soon as we get through this, that the Select School Facilities Interim Committee meeting will be meeting. And we might bring this up, as a way to look at what we need to do. But Mr. Speaker, again, this is not in the right bill. I appreciate the Chairman of Revenue admitting that clearly to the rest of the body. And, it was 2017, not 1917, when I entered this chamber, and I learned very quickly that you don't put things that don't belong in the different bills just to try to get your horse in on the right track here. So on and against.
Horses on the track. Representative Alleman, bring us home.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the good representative from District 9, the kids have not graduated. It's a K through 12 school. And they teach the kids, they used to have science classes in the swimming pool with waves, not just kids swimming. The other teachers use this pool also. And what I was told by the school district, that if I can come up with $1 million, they'll put $4 million into it. So this is 1/5 of what's needed. And like the good speaker, that's the coach from Casper, who's a winning coach, brought up the millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars that the Salt Creek oil field has brought to this body, to this state. And it pays 60% of the Natrona County schools, but we can't get nothing back hardly. I toured the school right after I was elected and walked in, and it's so much different than when I was there. I mean, it's nice. When I was there, and maybe I have a different perspective, but when I was there, it was just a building I always wanted out of. But in the shop was a row of 6 Miller-Matic welders. And I told them, boy, those are nice. And they said, yes. There was another school in Casper who was going to get rid of them, and we took them because we can't get them for ourselves. We got a beautiful home ec room that the school district won't put a teacher in. We have,
Stick to the
okay,
amendment.
I just asked for your favorability on this. There's a bunch of kids in the center of this state that really need it. Thank you.
All those in favor of third reading amendment number 4 to Senate File 146 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Third reading amendment number 4 to Senate File 146 has failed, much to my chagrin. The next amendment for our consideration is third reading amendment number 5, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 5 to Senate File 146 and ask for your favorable consideration. And members, this is just a little more clarifying language to better determine or better define what we mean when we say the projects are completed. And so we're going to insert the language that says after are completed and all buildings constructed are occupied or being used for their intended purposes. And so a certificate of occupancy still, you could get one of those and the building may not be really completed. And so this was just to better define what we mean when we intend or discuss these buildings being completed before they can move on with any new projects. So ask for your favorable consideration and note this is just a little more clarifying language.
Representative Hornock for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, on and forward, just to let you know, this is industry standard language, being able to use a building for its intended purpose. So it's good to get this in the bill. It's a good part of the bill too. Thank you.
Question being called. All those in favor of third reading amendment number 5 to Senate File 146 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Third reading amendment number 5 to Senate File 146 is adopted. Senate File 146, having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Element? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Harrelson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermueller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez-Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Swanser Dan? Swanser Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Oakley? Are there any changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 38 aye, 24 no.
Senate File 146, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, Senate File 146 has passed the House. The next bill for our okay, we're here. We have a little event, so we're going to shift gears for just a second. And we have a floor recognition. So it is a great honor that we are joined today by Daniel Chen, who is the current Director General of Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in Seattle. As Director General of the Seattle office, Mr. Chen works to strengthen the regional economic, cultural, and educational ties between the U.S. and the Republic of China, Taiwan, in the Northwest region of the U.S. Please help me in welcoming Director General Chen to the House. Hey!
Thank you. Such an honor. So, Honorable Speaker Summers, representatives, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. This is my second tour to be in post in Seattle. From 03 to 09, I was a junior officer stationed in Seattle. I got lucky to be traveling to Cheyenne for many, many times. So coming here just makes me feel like I'm coming home. So today I wear this special tie. I remember it was a tie, a gift I was given by a friend over here. It's with the cowboy. So to tell you that Cheyenne and Wyoming always has a space in my heart. So to begin, I'd like to ask you a question. Do you know that Taiwan is the 8th largest U.S. agricultural product consumer in the world? So this means that every Taiwan citizen is the second largest consumer of Wyoming barley, corn, and your beef, just behind Canada. So this is just one example of the strong ties between Wyoming and Taiwan. So I'm honored here to be, today to be here to express my gratitude to you for supporting this important partnership. So I want to start by thanking the Wyoming representative, the House of Representatives, passing the joint resolutions a couple of weeks ago to support Taiwan. So this resolution not only showcases the 40th anniversary of Wyoming, Taiwan's sister state, but also highlights the freedom-loving people of Taiwan and our determination to keep Taiwan free and democratic. With your support, yeah, thank you, thank you. So with your support, the Taiwanese people are more confident, and we have a confidence to deal with the challenges posed by the other side of Taiwan Strait. Thank you also for including in your resolution the support of a bilateral trade agreement. So bilateral trade is in the interest of both sides, and I believe its necessity has been spoken, especially during the COVID-19. We believe the trade should be rely on the reliable supply of chains. So 20 years ago, I was here, just like a junior officer. At that time, I remember I was talking to the leaders of the Wyoming legislature. Hopefully, we can have an office in Taipei. And 20 years later, now I'm here standing in front of you. And I'm ready to report you that the trade volume between Wyoming and Taiwan last year increased by 97%, only 100%, like double for last year, thanks to your office in Taipei. Yeah. Yeah. So with your support, we like to engage with Wyoming in areas such like blockchain technology, clean energy, small and medium enterprises, and incubation, and so on. We also look forward to educational exchanges with you for all the young people in your school and the University of Wyoming. We admire your determination to fight freedom, the academic freedom, and glad to see the Black Butte High School students engaging with their Taiwanese counterparts. So I believe that education is the key to fostering a mutual understanding and trust between our two sides. However, beyond trade and education, I firmly believe it's our shared values and that bond Taiwan and Wyoming the most. Thank you for supporting Wyoming and Taiwan relationship, which is based on freedom and democracy, as well as ensuring the peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific region. Our neighbor, China, it has a very low threshold of anger. So they tend to be upset about everything we do, including Taiwan mere existence. They are even upset when you shut down their spy balloons. So it is important that we work together to preserve our democracy, not only for the people of Taiwan, but all the freedom-loving people in the world. Taiwan stands on the front line of confronting the Communist China, and we face daily coercion on political, economical, and military levels. The States has been always the most reliable partners and friends of Taiwan in these challenging times. So in conclusion, we have a lot of work to do. But I'm very heartened by your strong enthusiasm of the Wyoming State Legislatures for this meaningful partnership. So on behalf of the people and the government of Taiwan, let me assure you that Taiwan will be always a reliable partner of the states and always for the good of force in the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us today and working so hard to cultivate this important relationship. Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I get a privilege of the floor? while we're up?
Please.
Thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's been at least 14 years. We've had some annual guests of the legislature, and this is my second time getting to introduce them. They're up in the North Gallery. And this is our annual thing since I think Slade was born. And so these are the Taylor kids. And let me just tell you a little bit about them because I think you know both of their parents who are daily visitors to the Capitol. But when their youngest was born, we started introducing them, and now it's just become one of those things. And this will be the first year we don't have the oldest Bison with us because he's a member of the Wyoming National Guard, currently on assignment, but going back to the University of Wyoming next fall. But here joining us today is Ava. She's a junior at Central High School. She just got her Gold Congressional Award, and she plays varsity soccer. And next to her is her brother Slade, who's an 8th grader this year at McCormick, also a straight A student, and is a hockey player in the Bantam State Hockey Tournament this weekend. He's also starting his congressional program for the Congressional Award this week. And so if you'd please welcome once again Slade and Ava to the Capitol.
Welcome to the House. The next, Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Privilege of the floor, if I may.
Please.
And there were, but we heard that one of our former colleagues, Representative Aaron Clausen, was joining with us. I hope that he's still here. If he is, I'm sorry. So I apologize, Mr. Chairman. He may not be here, but he is a good friend, good guy. Just wanted to say hello and welcome him back.
Well, Big Rig is somewhere around, we know that. So the next bill for our consideration is Senate File 174.
Senate File 174, sponsored by Senator Driscoll. Wyoming Charter School Authorizing Board, an act relating to charter schools being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
And we have amendments. Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I move House third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 174. Senate File 174 deals with the Wyoming Charter School Authorization Board. And as we've worked through this bill, a couple things have happened, and we're up against a substitute bill on this. So what my amendment would do is actually delete the substitute bill and go back to the original. Let me tell you why. There's a authorization board in this substitute bill that's quite a bit different from the original, and we discussed some of that yesterday. I won't go into detail on that, but there are some big changes there. The substitute bill also limits the amount of charter schools that can be approved to 1 over the next 5 years, which really isn't much, is not much at all. So it really constricts what we can do with charter schools, and then it also tracks the costs very carefully so that we can use that to determine whether or not to keep going with these charter schools. And I would say that when you're dealing with a startup school, over the first 3 to 5 years, your costs are going to be quite a bit higher than they would be if you're an established school going on. If the substitute bill would have been on the table in the first place, I would not be a co-sponsor. 39 of us in this room are. And so I'm just asking you to take a look at it again and vote your conscience on this substitute amendment. Thank you.
Speaker Summers, for your first time.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. On and against the amendment. I think we spoke during second reading, probably during committee of the whole, that, we tried to craft a compromise that kind of everybody could live with. And, make no mistake, if it's 3 years out, 4 years out, and everything's going good, the costs are what's everybody's expecting, there'll probably be a bill to bring more charter schools, right? That's part of the process. But I think because of the other issues that lie in the original bill, I would just urge folks to resist this amendment and kind of stick with our agreement. Thank you. On and against the amendment.
Chairman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against the amendment, I'd probably be the first to admit that the substitute bill isn't exactly what I want, and I think we spoke about that when we presented the substitute bill, that everybody walking away from the table nobody was happy and everybody was equally unhappy, and that's how we knew we had a compromise. So, we have a compromise on this bill, and it's a compromise that we can all live with. So I think we ought to resist this amendment and move forward with the bill. Thank you.
Anyone else for your first time? Chairman Brown, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against the amendment, and I understand completely where the bringer of this amendment's coming from, especially saying that, if I would have known that this is what was going to come out, I wouldn't have co-signed on this particular bill, and I get that. It's part of the process, and what I will say is going through this process, it was I'll say in my time here, this was probably one of the more fluid and probably one of the more impressive accomplishments of getting a compromise across the finish line that I've seen. I worked with the sponsor, the good speaker worked with the sponsor. This was a true, honest to goodness, what we classify as a compromise. And that boils down to let us understand that sometimes we don't get everything we want when we're signing onto a bill. And when the legislation is going to pass, it's not going to be exactly what we wanted it to look like when we signed onto it. I get that. But I also understand that what we did last year by approving 3 schools, getting those 3 schools into the system, and upping the cost of the public education system by having these 3 charter schools, we want to understand what it is that those 3 schools that we already have are going to cost us. We're not saying we don't want to build any more, period. But I've also worked with the number 5 office in this state to ask the direct question, how many of these charter schools are knocking at our doors to get in right now? And the answer is 0. We had 3 that wanted to come in. We got the 3 that are in, and there's the potential that we'll get some more, but we don't have any clawing at the doors right now to open up in the state of Wyoming. Why? Because it's expensive. Number 2, there's low student population count. And number 3, there is some fluidity in the way our charter school statutes are written. So let's back off the throttle here just ever so slightly. Let's take a look at what we've actually got in place. With this bill, it continues us on. We get 1 additional charter school, and it allows us to see what those impacts are going to be on our checkbook. This is the money that we're going to be writing for. I think we should be accountable to know exactly how much money these things are going to cost us, up and above what our current traditional school system is already going to cost us. That's all we're doing with this slight moratorium. Go back to the board. We've had the discussions back and forth on the board. If you don't like it, I understand that as well. These are the things that we compromised on, because I can assure you in the discussions and the negotiations, none of that made anybody jump for joy when we said this is what we've got. So I'm going to ask the body to resist this amendment. Let's stick with the substitute bill. Let's get this over the finish line, and let's certainly fix the problem that we created last year by making sure that we're funding our students adequately. We're taking care of our special ed students with 100% reimbursement and our transportation costs with 100% reimbursement. And we're also getting these students 100% of the ADM that the schools require as opposed to the 80%. We're doing a lot of good with this bill. And I want it to be clear that this is not cutting the knees out or doing anything nefarious to these charter schools. This is actually helping the charter school system. So please resist this amendment. Let's stick with the substitute bill, and aye on the bill. Thank you.
Representative Alaman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Between this body and the one down the hall, there's 93 representatives. 51, over half, signed the original bill. And then we get to the body, and I guess all of a sudden something really went wrong with it. I would like my name off this bill if it's the substitute bill. Thank you.
Chairman Washut.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, as a co-sponsor of the original bill, I was a little less than thrilled by the language in this substitute bill. But I've been around here long enough to know that that's how the process works, and you're not going to score a touchdown on every play. Sometimes you just move the ball in the right direction, you call it good, and you play the long game. And over time, I think we will, those of us who are supportive of the charter school movement, I think over time we will continue to move down that field, and we will achieve great objectives for charter schools in Wyoming. But you don't always get it all in one big bite. And so I think you should resist this amendment and support the compromise bill.
Representative Conrad.
First or second?
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It grieves me that my name is now on the substitute bill. I am on and for this amendment. It also grieves my supporters back at home who were in support of this original bill that it's come to this. On and for the amendment.
Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against the amendment, I think if you compare the 2 bills, go through and read them, and the original bill was another example of a bill that's written by out-of-state attorneys. I mean, it didn't match our formatting, didn't match our statutes. And I thank the good speaker who's done the work with many, many people on both ends of the hallway to make this thing actually work in Wyoming. mean, these are still going to be public schools. Nationwide, about 5% of the schools are charter schools. We'll probably have something similar like that in Wyoming. About half of them fail within 5 years. Half will continue on, and we'll keep reinventing that and doing that, and that's all good. But I think the message, the clear message, if you look at both bills, this is now a Wyoming bill written by our LSO staff with all of our history and all of our laws put into it to make sure that those public charter schools actually work, get funded right, and we don't have our kids go off in some out-of-state experiment for a for-profit deal that's not going to be good. Because once you lose those school years, you don't get them back. And our kids are way too precious to gamble on that deal. This is truly now a good Wyoming bill. And so on and against the amendment and for the substitute bill, and I would just say it's really a much better bill. It's going to work way better for Wyoming. And so really happy about that. So thank you. Well, I'm not tickled totally about it, but it's way better. And I think it'll work for our Wyoming kids. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Eklund.
Mr. Chairman, so I would guess that nobody in this room is more affected by the adverse state laws toward charter schools than I am. So I understand the battles that we've been through since those years when a charter school was rejected in my community. This takes us a little bit closer. The chairman of judiciary summed it up pretty well, so I won't go into that. But so often we can't have everything we want all at once. And if you've been through this evolution of charter schools, you'd know that it's just very slow and methodic and thoughtful. So we just have to sometimes rest assured that there are the minds of all the people in here have come together, especially our education people, to come up with something that may work. I'm on the bill and I'm against the amendment. I'll be voting on the original bill, I hope, and probably won't vote for the other one. I'll just have to trust that we knew what we were doing when we put this substitute bill in place.
Representative Berger.
On and against this amendment. I'm for the, Mr. Chairman, thank you, on and against this amendment. Transparency, accountability, and a little bit of oversight. That's what's bringing our agreeing to this charter school stuff and this charter school supplemental bill, and I like it. Thank you.
Anyone else for your first time? First time? Anyone for your second time? Chairman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to address, fundamentally what the differences really are between the original bill and the substitute bill. It really boils down to, honestly, the major differences. There's only two of them, and actually maybe one and a half, because the first difference is the moratorium, and I know that gives some of you heartburn. But the reality is we basically already have a moratorium on charter schools, because the previous legislation created an alternative authorizer that was the SLIB board, and it capped the number of schools at 3. There are no more charter schools that can go through. If you didn't have this bill, you don't have SLIB as a future authorizer anymore. All you have is your local school districts. So the moratorium already exists. What this bill does, in allowing one school through in 3 years from now, it's actually lifting the existing moratorium, and it's a compromise on how many schools can come through in the next 5 years. So I think if you look at it from that perspective, it's a very powerful step forward. And the second difference is really just the composition of the board, and I'm not sure why we should get so hung up on whether the board has 5 members, 6, 7 members, 8 members, and really who the members are on the board. I can tell you that the bill that arrived from the other chamber had a different composition of the board than the original bill did as well. And at least from the sponsors' perspectives, we all said, it doesn't matter what the board looks like, we just want an independent board. And that's ultimately what you're looking for, is an independent board who's charged with the duty of authorizing or rejecting applications for charter schools. So I think that I think that if you look at it from those two perspectives, you'll see that the substitute bill really isn't that dramatic of a change from the status quo of where we are now. Instead, the ball is actually advancing pretty significantly. To go back to that football adage, we're definitely nearing the end zone on this one. So urge you to resist the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Conrad.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I rise on and against this amendment. My fellow legislators, don't grieve. I take great joy in this because the seeds that we sow today will pay incredible dividends in the future. And that future is this state. Think about that. Our posterity is what will lead us to the next generation, and so forth and so on. Don't grieve, find joy. I'm proud to be on this bill. Thank you.
Anyone else for your second time? Second time before the sponsor? Seeing no one. Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, 39 of us in this body are sponsors, co-sponsors on the original bill. I'm giving us the opportunity to put that bill back on the table. I believe that right now, this isn't the first play, and I don't expect to score a goal on the first play, but we're actually not at the first play. We're at 4th and goal here. And going with the substitute bill actually fumbles the ball. This is about kids. This is about the education of our kids in Wyoming. This is about opening up and expanding that opportunity for kids in Wyoming in a big way that will be extremely beneficial to them. Our teachers do a great job. Our schools do the best they can. But this is about the kids and the parents and expanding their opportunity as well. And I think it is worth our consideration. And according to Rule 12-4, I ask for a roll call vote on this and ask you to vote aye. Thank you.
We'll need just a moment to get the computer set up for the roll call vote, so give us just a moment. And we'll need 2 seconds on the roll call vote. Stivar and Jennings. Jennings?
Ellerman? Allred?
Chief Clerk, one moment. We are voting on third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 174. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
My apologies. Ellerman? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Klauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Harrelson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Warnock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Store? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 21 aye, 41 no.
Third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 174 has failed. We are on to the next amendment. Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd move third reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 174 and ask your favorable approval. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Please state your point, Representative Ward.
While I respect the good coach, the amendment is not germane to the bill. It violates the single subject rule. Germanus. The bill is not about assessment. Call the Rules Committee to discuss, please.
All right, we'll have the Rules Committee to the front of the room, and the rest of the body will stand at ease until the sound of the gavel. All right, come back to order, folks. The Rules Committee has met. I'm going to rule that this amendment is germane and let the good chairman continue.
Nice, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Ward,
I challenge your ruling.
thank you. So with that, remember how this works, members. You are voting to, the motion here is to challenge the ruling of the chair, and the chairman ruled that this is in order. So with that, all those in favor signify by, we're just going to have you start with a standing vote. So all those in favor, please stand.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Stivar.
isn't this a debatable motion?
It is debatable.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any debate? Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you tell us the results of the Rules Committee? What was the vote?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Rules Committee is advisory in nature to the chairman, but the Rules Committee felt it was about 10-3, I believe, was the vote. Representative Heiner.
10-3 in which favor? I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Representative Heiner, maybe it was 3-10. Any further debate? Question having been called on the motion. Again.
No, point of order.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Representative Haroldson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Chairman. So the question that we're asking is the Rules Committee, did it vote in favor of what you have stated as the chair? Was it 10-3 to your statement as the chair that this is germane, or was it 10-3 against the chair? That is the question that we're asking.
The Rules Committee advice was 3 in favor of the amendment being germane and 10 against it being germane. Again, the Rules Committee is advice, and the chairman makes the final call. The chairman has made the call that it is germane. The motion has been made to object to that ruling, and we are now voting on that. And so the motion is to object to the ruling of the chair. It is debatable. Is there any further debate on the motion to object to the ruling of the chair? Seeing no further debate, question having been called, all those in favor, please stand.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, just because everybody's a little confused, would you please explain one more time what everybody's voting on and what an aye vote means and what a no vote means? Thank you.
We are voting on the current motion is to object to the chair. An aye vote means you support the objection. And no vote means you don't support the objection. Everyone clear? We've done this several times. So again, all those in favor, please stand. Please stand and stand still. This is still the aye votes. May be seated. All the noes, please stand. me. You may be seated. The objection has been sustained by a vote of 38-23. Chairman Harshman, I think you probably have an appropriate motion at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I respectfully withdraw third reading amendment number 2, and while I have the mic, I'll respectfully withdraw third reading amendment number 3. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that. So again, members, amendments number 2 and number 3 have both been withdrawn to Senate File 174. Senate File 174 having been read 3, I don't believe there's any other amendments. Senate File 174 having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? I'm sorry? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Warnock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? I'm sorry, Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez-Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Swanser Dan? Swanser Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 54 aye, 8 no.
Senate File 174, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, Senate File 174 has passed the House.
The next bill for our consideration is Senate Joint Resolution 3, and there are amendments.
Senate Joint Resolution 3, sponsored by Senator Dockstader, property tax exemption for the elderly and infirmed. A joint resolution to amend the Wyoming Constitution by authorizing a homeowner's property tax exemption for the elderly and infirm, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
Representative Clauston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move reading, third reading amendment number 1 to Senate Joint Resolution 3, and I ask for your favorable consideration. The goal of my amendment is to define infirmed and give us a little clarity. The corrected amendment reads, a person who is currently receiving Social Security disability benefits, a veteran's administrative disability compensation, or railroad disability benefits, and who's been a resident of Wyoming for at least 10 years. My amendment language is consistent with language already in statute from the unfunded Wyoming tax rebate to elderly and disabled program. I picked the 10 years residency qualification versus our elderly qualification of 40 years due to the fact that many of our disabled veterans, injured workers, or chronically ill people may not even have reached the age of 40, and they would not thus qualify for this program. Some people have said 10 years may be too long, but this does provide benefits to our long-term residents. I ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
Sensing your urge to vote, all those in favor of third reading amendment number 1 to Senate Joint Resolution 3 signify by saying aye. All those opposed? Third reading amendment number 1 to Senate Joint Resolution 3 has been adopted. Representative Storer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move third reading number 2 to Senate Joint Resolution number 3 and ask for your favorable consideration. So I think the language we currently have in Senate Joint Resolution 3 is a good idea, but it's not really necessary. We already have a program to do this in statute, and if we want to make that program work better, we should address it in statute. Article 15, Section 12 of the Constitution already gives us the ability to create exemptions for property tax in the way that Senate Joint Resolution 3 does. But we've had a lot of conversation over the last few days about property tax relief. And as of today, House Bill 99 is the only bill on the governor's desk. And I know for some of us, that's a disappointment. I think this is a great opportunity to put an excellent tool in our toolbox for broad-based tax relief in the future. And I believe the voters will appreciate the opportunity to do so. So what my amendment does is essentially take the language from House Joint Resolution 2, sponsored by Speaker Summers, and puts it into Senate Joint
Don't use
Resolution
names.
3.
Don't use names.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Mr. Speaker. Currently, we are limited in what action we can take to provide property tax relief. to
Point of order,
homeowners.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Locke, what's your point?
Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that this bill is germane or actually fits the single, the single, well, I'm saying it wrong, but it doesn't fit into this bill with the additions of what is in her amendment.
And what would you like to do? What's your,
Sorry. Rules Committee, please.
okay, Representative Locke, Rules Committee to the front. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. If we could get order back in the House. So the Rules Committee met, and in a 9-4 vote, they believe the amendment really is germane, pertinent to the bill. And so that's the way I'm going to rule it. So Representative Locke, you've got options, so you need to go to a mic, and Representative Locke. Thank you. Representative Locke, so I'm going to overrule your point of order. Now you have the option to just remove your point of order, or you can ask the body to debate this and overrule my ruling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll withdraw my point of order.
Thank you, Representative Locke. All right, Representative Storer, if you'd go ahead and proceed with your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, this is the introductory language that was in House Joint Resolution 2. Again, it pulls out the residential property as a separate class, and then it further provides for primary owner-occupied homes to be a subclass, just one. Why do I think this is a great idea? Again, we've had a lot of conversation about broad-based tax relief. This is really the tool we need in order to do that. That's really focused on keeping people in their homes, not other issues related to property tax that we're really not trying to address. So with that, I'll ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
Representative Byron for your first time.
Thank you, Speaker. It's been discussed many times today when a situation like this comes up and we're moving some language around. I am a sponsor on Senate Joint Resolution 3. I also spoke to our friends down the hallway. They're on the Senate Joint Resolution 3, and they are amenable to this discussion. So I just wanted the body to be aware of that.
Representative Byron, we try not to represent what the good folks down the hall have to say because they don't have any way of coming on the floor and actually going, nah, I don't agree with that. So we try not to do that. Representative Western.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pursuant to House Rule 12-4, I'd like to call for the ayes and noes on this amendment.
Is there a second? 2 seconds on that. Harshman and Oakley. All right. The Representative Washut on the amendment.
On the amendment, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I supported House Joint Resolution 2. I think it is the best tool that we had before us this session to give long-term property tax relief. And we've lost many other opportunities that we have, for a variety of reasons, opted not to pass along. I'm a little curious about the amendment, given the history of House Joint Resolution 2, why at this juncture we deem that this is a viable approach rather than making good use of the elderly and infirm provisions within the House Joint 3, or Senate Joint 3.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just appreciate very much the thoughts that the good chairman of Judiciary has, and my response and why I'm a co-sponsor on this bill is because everything else has failed. And the reason for me that I think that this is really important is because it's not just the elderly and infirm that's being impacted by property tax. And I think, as you've seen how the state of Wyoming has evolved over the years with just those 3 classes, we continue to impugn or to inhibit the ability to really greater define what property tax should be. And so now we can, as we've come here, I think that this is one of the, if not the number one thing that I heard from my constituents back home is property tax. I argue that property tax, that our poor assessors, they just done their job. they took property tax because of the inflated cost of property, and then we have this in place. We need to look at some options available. This now gives us would let it then now go back to the voters, the same people who are saying we want something done, and say, is it appropriate constitutionally to say now we have a fourth class? And then that can possibly address the impacts of the value of property on not just residential, industrial, and everything, but residential in a separate class. So I think that this is a well thought out amendment to put on the ballot. We're struggling here trying to figure out the difference, what infirmed means, right? And we're going to put that on a constitutional amendment, or for how long? I think that this is much more succinct and in line with the language in the Constitution and constitutional amendments that we should consider, far more defined than what we've seen otherwise. I really hope that we can pass this amendment and really show the folks back home that we are trying to address the impacts of property tax and how that impacts the various entities that are taxed.
Chairman Harshman for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment. I think you got to take steps at this. I think when HJ2 was here, it got voted down because we're trying to do what some consider the perfect, and we link a couple big concepts like caps and a fourth class together. It's tough. So what is more important? And because right now with 3 classes, all of our homes are lumped in with the biggest corporations in the world. They pay the same rate as you and your mother and your children. We're lumped in with the biggest corporations in the world, same tax rate. And so what this amendment would do, and let me just talk about those corporations a little bit. Some of them you can buy everything under one roof. One of them you can get gas, and it's a Belgium corporation. Your money goes out of the country every night. One of them, most of ours goes to a southern state. I think I can say Arkansas. I know I can actually change their rules, but so I think, and we're glad all those corporations are here, but I think it's a fundamental question for us to say, should your mother's house, should my house, should our kids' houses be at that same rate as the largest corporations in the world? I don't know. We're one of the few states that doesn't separate residential. And I think this is truly then an opportunity, the first step, that we recognize residential, owner-occupied, primary residence all is so important. And then we can start getting into this thing. But so I think it's a great first step. It'll be a huge first step for our state. And so I really urge your strong aye vote for this amendment and then on the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Bear for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment. A couple of things. I'd like to address the previous speaker when he said that this would create an opportunity to separate residential away from corporations. Yes, there are large corporations, but they don't make up the bulk of those that are corporations within the state. Corporations are people. We're talking about small business owners too. And since the 80s, we have done our taxation this way. Is it better to divide it out? Maybe so, and we can debate that. In fact, we did debate that when we had House Joint Resolution number 2 come before us, which was defeated by this body. Now, House Joint Resolution 2 is being shoved in place of Senate Joint Resolution 3, which deals with the elderly and indigent, or elderly and infirm. So here we have something that's 11th hour. We bring a completely new bill that's already been debated, already been defeated, and try to replace this bill, which had a purpose of helping the poorest among us. We could debate whether that bill was really going to do a lot of help, but I can tell you that this bill that we're trying to put it into with this amendment, we've already debated that it didn't do a lot of help. Could it do it later? If we were to do something with that new class, yes. But creating a new class does not provide tax relief. In fact, this body could choose to raise taxes within that new class. If anything, keeping it tied together to corporations is probably a good idea for right now because it keeps this body from doing just that. But putting it on the ballot to create a new class does not provide tax relief. Do not fool yourselves that this is tax relief. This is a different tax policy, dividing out a particular group, our homes, our residences from our corporations and our industries, but it is not providing tax relief. I would urge a no vote on this amendment. It's too much of an 11th hour attempt to try to get a policy through that this body has already rejected. On and against the amendment.
Representative Lawley for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for this amendment. Like all of you, I had a lot of discussion with constituencies about the property tax issue. Not one of those discussions had to do with corporations' property taxes. They were individuals who owned homes and were struggling to pay taxes, in some cases because of the increased valuation. So what I want to get you to think about for a moment is there's two things we need to think about concerning the property taxes. And we've heard this before, but I want to remind you there's property tax relief. And House Bill 99 did a great job to do that and provide that, and that's important. But then there is property tax reform, which is a whole different idea. And when I first started looking at this after I was elected, it was clear to me that obviously the options of this body to deal with property tax reform lie in the constraints of Article 15 of the Wyoming Constitution. And that if we wanted to do meaningful reform in the area of property tax law, in particular residential property tax law, the one thing we needed to do as a prerequisite to that was to amend the Constitution to separate out property tax, residential property tax, so we then would have many avenues open to us to do reform, because otherwise you have to reform within the broad categories. And that's where we end up reforming for property taxes for residential folks for our residences. And then we also help out corporations trying to, when the real problem is residential property tax. So again, I think it's important to keep that in mind. And this is really a prerequisite to do many of the things that people have talked about during this session. Some people have even put bills out about, but they were really unconstitutional on their face because they couldn't get past this idea of how the grouping was already there in the Constitution. So again, I came here thinking this was the best idea, and I still think it's the best idea. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Davis for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe we've passed a bill that will allow us to study this area to make this thing right to start with, So I asked the question, why have all these other bills failed? What was wrong with our strategy there, So I'm a little bit confused that we're trying to take a piece off a failed bill, insert it into a bill that stands merit and could go forth. I'm confused. Are we just grabbing at straws, trying to come up with some form of a legislation? So I'm against the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Ottman for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to think about this for a moment, a few months ago, I went down to the clerk and assessor's office to do some personal things. And there were some people standing in line, and a lady said, I would like an application for the property tax. And so they said, oh, well, we don't have those. We're going to have to print them off. So it took a while. They had to pull it up on the computer, then they had to print it, and they printed one. So there was about 10 of us in line. And so about the third or fourth person said, well, what was that all about? I would like to see that application as well. And so they went over and got on the computer and got on the printer and said the printer was a little slow, and printed out another one. So when it was my turn, I wasn't really sure what they were referencing. So I said, how about you give me 10 copies and I'll put them here so that people can get them. And what it was a bill apparently that we passed that people can get property tax relief. But you have to fill out the application, you have to submit your tax returns, you have to be below a certain amount, all of these things. Nobody knew about it. It wasn't advertised or done. It is to the point where people are saying, why do I have to submit my tax return to get a tax credit on my property tax? So that was just one thing. I'm just saying, be careful. The other thing is as I listened to some testimony from industry and minerals, and we talked about lowering the tax a percentage, I think it was down to 8.5. We weren't really for that. We weren't really for that. So what I'm wondering is, while one of my thoughts as well was to separate residential, because I thought, why are we classed with private property and industry? Why is that? So as I listened to everybody talking today, I'm thinking maybe it's a safeguard. Maybe we, by having residential, are helping us from raising the taxes on industry, while also having the tax on private property on industry is helping to keep residential low. So I really, as the last speaker said, in fact, I put in for an interim topic exactly for this and listed the 16 bills or whatever it was for this. I saw that they were taken off the list, but it is possible that this will be an interim topic for corporations. So this is a very, very delicate situation. Everybody has ideas. We all, or the majority of us, pay private property tax. So we're all involved. I would just say putting this to a vote and then saying, as it says here, the adoption of this would separate residential, sounds like a great idea, into its own class for the purpose of lower taxes. Well, who wouldn't vote for it? But what does it do? And is it going to be one of those applications that everybody has to ask for, one that everybody has to submit their tax returns for? I mean, this is vague, and it's a big deal. So I would just say, let's do it right, and let's wait. Nobody's died over the last few years. Things are going to even out, and we really need to do a study where we can listen to all the players. So anyway, I would vote no. Thank you.
Representative Yin for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So members, you know as well as I do, this is the #1 issue that many of us have been voted down here for. If, for example, we raise taxes today on all other class, would we ever get reelected? I don't think that would actually happen. So I think that the public can evaluate the risk versus return if we get this on their ballot, on whether it makes sense for us to actually split out this residential property tax class. If we split it out, then we can deal with residential property, because that's the property tax bill that we've been hearing about from our constituents. It isn't the commercial property tax, it isn't severance tax, it isn't industrial tax. It is the residential property tax that we all know that our families in Wyoming that have been here for so long are getting pushed out of their homes because of these rising property tax bills. And we need to do something about it. So the question is, we have that short-term property tax refund program that provides some temporary relief, but without something like this amendment, we won't have the capability of providing that long-term reform. And so to have that long-term reform, we need to have this amendment passed so it can get on the ballot so people can vote for it. Because they all know just as well as I do that while there aren't people dying over property tax, there are people leaving the state of Wyoming because their families can no longer afford to stay here. So I would urge you to vote for this amendment, vote for the resolution, let the people of Wyoming decide if it makes sense that this is what they want. And then we can come back and deal with how we reform it as a whole body. Do I think we're going to raise property taxes? I really don't think that's the case. So I urge your aye vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Craigo for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I think every one of us, when we came down here, had a goal in mind when it related to property taxes. Every single one of us thought we needed to do something. And we needed to do something meaningful. We have not done that. We have not done that yet. We've passed one bill that provides short-term relief. We've passed another bill that provides for a study. And those are good steps, but those aren't providing long-term reform to our tax system. I would submit to you that this amendment allows us to do that. It puts us back on that track. It takes the class that Senate Joint Resolution 3 starts with and expands that class to all of our constituents back home, not just a little piece of them, which is what we're here to do. And I think that's the goal we all had when we got here, is let's find the vehicle that allows us to help the most people possible. That's what this amendment does. There was a comment about we're throwing something in at the 11th hour. Well, that's not quite accurate. We debated this very set of language, these very words, for a long time on this floor. So it's not a surprise to anybody what the ramifications are of this amendment. We all know. You vote it up, vote it down, but it's not a surprise to anybody. There was a comment about grasping at straws. I don't think we're doing that either. I think we're using the tool that's in front of us to try to get to a good resolution for the state of Wyoming, for the people that are back home that are expecting us to do something. Because we're gonna go home and we're gonna have to answer, well, what'd you do? Not a whole lot of anything. That's gonna be our answer if we don't try to do something immediately. I would submit to you that this allows us to go down that path. And on top of that, it allows the folks back home to have a say. If they don't like the idea, if they think we're all full of hot air, they don't have to vote it in. They don't have to amend the Constitution. They get to make that choice. And so I would submit to you, it's a great option going forward. I think it's our last hope, and I would ask that you would vote aye on the amendment.
Representative Ward for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the representative from District 16. It is indeed the number one or one of the top issues that our constituents asked us to address when we came to the 67th legislature. And we haven't provided any real relief. And this amendment doesn't either. All it does is create classes whereby we can raise or lower their taxes. So I'm on and against.
Representative Singh for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for this amendment, without it, I truly feel that it disproportionately affects those who don't benefit from what the joint resolution was previously doing, and I would encourage an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Pendergraft for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The good country lawyer just mentioned do something immediately. My understanding, this is a resolution. Therefore, it has to go to the ballot. That election is not going to be until after we meet again next time. Therefore, what we're doing now is no quicker than what we could do the next time we get together. We've already had a discussion on this issue and it has already failed. We've already made this mistake. We've already come down here. We did offer a little bit of tax relief, and I guess we can cling to that. This is too little too late, in my view, and I don't see that it puts us any farther ahead than we'll be after we get together in a year. So against.
Representative Zwanitzer Dave for your first time.
First, second.
Representative Heiner for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we're all here representing roughly 10,000 people. We're trying to gauge what they want and try to represent them by voting in how we think they would vote if they were here. This puts the issue to the ballot and they actually get to vote. So we're not here conjecturing and trying to decide what's the best for our constituents. Our constituents will get to vote. So I'm on and for this amendment. Let's take it to the ballot. Let's see what they say, and what they decide is, we'll deal with it at that point. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Knapp for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, first for a second.
Representative Clouston for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, my thought here is this is going to be on the ballot in 2024. We do have next session to pass another amendment, and we can have more than one amendment on the ballot. So I'm in favor of what we currently have, and this will go on the amendment. And I think next year we bring this exact idea, and both amendments could be on the ballot for the people to decide. So I'm for the bill and against this amendment at this time. Thank you.
Representative Northrup for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me read from the Constitution, because it's also in the bill, but it says, Section B, under Section 11, the subparagraph B, the legislature shall prescribe the percentage of the value which shall be assessed within each designated class. That's all I need to read. That's us. So after this went to an election, and after the people have had their chance to say what they want, then we can come back here and on that fourth class be able to say what that value is. On in favor.
Representative Berger for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First for a second.
Representative Sherwood for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the debate. It has helped me to become much more knowledgeable on how important this issue is. And when we go home and we interact with our constituents and they ask us, what did you do to provide property tax relief? Yes, we can point to House Bill 99. We can also point to the other 20 bills that are already dead that did not make it. But by voting yes on this amendment, we are voting to give our constituents the right to decide for themselves on whether or not they want to separate residential from our other classes. By voting no today, we are taking away the right of our constituents to make that choice themselves. So if you can go home and tell your constituents, I removed the right for you to have any say in problem solving around property taxes, I invite you to vote no. But if you want to go home to your constituents and say, I did everything I possibly could to give you an option to find relief, vote yes.
Representative Jennings for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is an interesting turn of events, and I applaud the bringer of the amendment. But let's be very clear about what this is and what this is not. This is not reform. Is not. It does not change the valuation process. And so this new classification, should the voters decide to do that, and they might. I don't know that I'm necessarily against them getting to decide that. But this is not reform. The same process will be applied to this next classification of property. I find it very strange that the language that was brought from this, okay, maybe not so strange, it omitted one of the things that the good committee number 3 had put in, and that was a cap. The language to actual give some opportunity much, much closer to actual reform. This amendment does not, strangely, put that into the language and to go in front of the people. That would have provided some actual relief right away had they decided to choose that. And it also would have given a cap, would have said your property tax can't go up, would have given them some security. This amendment is strangely lacking that language. It's peculiar. This is not reform. Now it could give some relief if the people of Wyoming choose that they want to go to the 4th classification. And if this body chose to choose a lower number on that, on the valuation, it might provide some relief to some people. I would be happy to see that, but I'm very disappointed that it would not give the actual opportunity for reform. So what we would be putting out in front of our people is we would be saying, look, you want some more of the same? We're gonna give you a fourth classification of property, but we're not going to give you actually reform that actually will have long-term impact. So a vote no on this amendment is not a question of voting against or voting for reform, because this truly isn't reform. This is just juggling that around a little bit, and it's not giving the long-term reforms that the people back home really need. Now, you can say, let the people decide. I'm not necessarily against that notion. I don't even know how I'll vote on this, but I do want it to be very, very clear. This is not an amendment about reform. The way that we determine taxation on the people of Wyoming is the same way that it will be determined upon that fourth classification also. It is not reform. The other things that we've done, rebates, things of that nature, they're great. They're not reform. This body and the other body decided not to put reform in front of the people of Wyoming this year. They chose that at a time when the people of Wyoming were hurting, and probably this year will hurt even more. But let's not mistake this for reform. Reform would actually change the process of how we come to that valuation. On and against the amendment.
Representative Trujillo for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm for this amendment. I think taking any little step we can to get this in front of our community is one step further than where we are right now. And my district is in very need of this to be put in front of them.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their first time? Anybody for their second time? Representative Pendergraft for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to reiterate that we've already missed the boat. We came down here this session with an idea that we were going to provide some relief, and we provided a little bit. This that we're looking at right now is not relief. It may be a path to some sort of minimal relief, but we've missed that boat. Even with a resolution, by the time the people's voice is heard, we will have met again, and we will have a second opportunity to do what we should have done this time. Let's not rush into it. Let's not cast something into stone at this point. On and against.
Representative Berger for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to the good representative from District 29 and his comments. I appreciate that. But my question or my thought is, are we supposed to work to the 11th hour? In fact, aren't we supposed to work past the 11th hour? That's what we're doing, and I appreciate the good person, the good representative from where the mountains are just beautiful, and I miss them, for bringing this, for her standing up and saying, let's work past the 11th hour and let's get this done. Let's do it. So yes, I am on and for this amendment, and I'm ready to work past the 11th hour.
Representative Bear for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't intending to address that last comment, but I will. No one has said that we should not work till the 11th hour. It was noted that we should not bring changes at the 11th hour. Having said that, the more I look at this amendment, the more I'm ambivalent about it. But I do want to bring this one point up before we vote on it. I think all of us should think about what the voters are going to see on the ballot. And we are now hastily trying to do something that we can claim we did something for our voters, our constituents. It was brought up that we're going to have another opportunity before this goes on the ballot. If we put forth something that we're not going to be completely satisfied with, and we put it on the ballot, and then in the next session we come up with something brilliant, and we put our heads together, that too will be on the ballot. Think about what that will tell the voters as they look at their ballot. Will that really be what we want them to see? Or would we want them to have the one good choice, up or down, that we put our heads together and came up with in the next session? So I want you to think very carefully about whether we should do this or not.
Chairman Harshman for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, appreciate the great debate. And I think kind of taking us back to the beginning on this property tax issue, there is relief, right? And we passed, I think House Bill 99 is now law, and we've doubled the amount of relief and doubled the amount of people that'll qualify. And we cleaned up the county option relief program, so it's going to just work side by side for those counties, particularly the County 22, I think it is.
On this amendment, Representative
Yeah,
Harshman.
so that's where I'm at, on relief and then reform. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so, because we're kind of interchanging those words in the debate, Mr. Speaker, and I want to make sure that we understand we've done a nice job with relief. One of them didn't make it. Good representative from the heart of the Bighorn Basin. Her bill didn't make it, unfortunately. But talking about reform, was mentioned earlier in the debate about this won't change the valuation process. Thank goodness. I mean, we have in the Constitution fair market value, right? And it's a uniformity. The first thing in tax fairness is uniform fairness of assessment. So if you and I both live in a townhouse connected by a wall, I shouldn't be twice the value than you. Right? There's only one state in the United States that has gone away from that dramatically on the coast of the west coast of the United States. But we're going to study that. See, maybe we can make it work for Wyoming, but that's a whole different deal. That's the valuation process that we have had since statehood. Okay, uniformity is so important. But then to talk about this reform piece, take all of our adjoining states, Mr. Speaker. We have a lower residential property tax rate than every one of them except one. And it's the one south of us. And they have a separate residential class. And they've been able to then have reform to lower that for owner occupied, all people, because it's not just the elderly and infirm that have tax problems. Most of them are the young working class. And so this is the first step on reform, but we have to change the Constitution, or at least allow our people to change it, obviously. But we have to vote with 2/3 vote. This bill had 37, or this idea had 37 votes the first time. Now finally, Mr. Speaker, on this beautiful process in this beautiful 1917 chamber, as the sun sets on our glass up there, and it's been changing all day, this deal isn't over until it's over. Keep working trying to solve problems for Wyoming. To insinuate that somehow we can't amend bills towards the end of the session, I want to say that's not what we're elected for. We got down here to roll up our sleeves. We used to be the hardest working house in America. I don't know what happened to that. We're the get done at 4:35 crowd. We've left a lot of work on the table.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Mr. Speaker, we're debating an amendment, not insulting the body.
Yeah, I agree, Mr. Speaker. I apologize. Thank
Rein
you
it
for
in.
that point. I just got a little
Finish it
passionate.
up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll wrap it up. So this is the first path, and I appreciate that point. I was getting a little carried away. This is the first path on real reform. And this isn't the only one, but this is a good one. And so please vote for the amendment, and hopefully we can get 2/3 to pass this beauty out of here. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Zwanitzer Dave for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And ladies and gentlemen, I am in support of this joint resolution amendment. And I'm having a little bit of deja vu because a session or two ago, or or maybe a few more than that. I served on the Revenue Committee. And our answer to our constituents after we debated this issue year in and year out was two things. And one of them was because our fine chairman lived right next to the border of Nebraska, was go check the neighboring states to see what their taxes are and don't worry about it. And the other solution we had was, gosh, we needed to run a resolution. And I would suggest to you that this is the avenue to be able to get to the point where when we come down here and we're looking for immediate tax relief, that we will have that avenue to give immediate tax relief with the new classification. No, it's not tax relief right now. Yes, I believe it is a reform. It's a differently than how we've been doing tax business in this state for several sessions. And I would definitely ask for you to vote aye.
Chairman Washit for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in 2019, my very first session, the representative from District 40, who was serving at that time, and I ran a bill to provide a little property tax relief for folks back home, and that bill was defeated because of constitutional concerns. If you're thirsty, you have to take the first step of throwing your bucket down the well. Get a bucket of water, then you can solve your thirst. This is the first step to real property tax reform that will stand the constitutional test. May not be the only way, but it's a good way. I agree with the previous speaker. So please vote aye on this amendment.
Representative Knapp for your second time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. First, I'd like to talk about the amendment and the process. And what we accept as normal now in this body. We accept substitute bills. We now accept zombie bills. And I want everybody to remember this day. Getting on the amendment itself, our constituents do want reform. That's what they sent us here for. But reform comes in many aspects. Reform comes in fiscal discipline. Reform comes in high interest permanent funds in savings, not coffee cans.
So Representative
Reform
Knapp,
comes in.
Representative Knapp, you stick to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, I'm getting to that. Reform comes in valuation, not tax rates. I heard over and over in testimony, we have the lowest rates. Now, this amendment deals with creating a fourth class. I don't have a problem with that. We can do a residential class. But as we heard before, the problem is valuations. And we did pass a study. Now, maybe we're impatient for that study. But the problem lies in valuations, not our tax rates. We're one of the lowest taxed people in the nation. So as we hurry to do this, like I said, I don't have a problem with voting for an additional classification. I don't have a problem with that. But that's not addressing the true problem. So going home to our constituents, we can say we provided some tax relief temporarily. We can say we created a fourth class for the future to examine that, and they can vote on that. And we also created a study to deal with the real problem, which is valuation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Ottman for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First off, I just want to say I am definitely not against tax relief. In fact, I could use it myself, as I'm sure most of us could. But what does concern me is the way in which this is being done. First off, the catch title's being changed. Is that the way to go? Secondly, we do have a study that we really want to have on acquisition price, which I spoke to the assessor a year and a half ago about that, and she said, I don't think that we can do that. But now she's talking that that may well be the way, because it's based on
Point of
value.
order, Your Honor. I'm sorry, but again, this is supposed to be on the amendment.
Thank you. Okay, the
Represent-
amendment is changing this. When you're done, I'll continue. Are you done?
Hey, none of that back and forth on this floor.
Thank you.
None of it.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Okay.
Please
so-
continue, Representative Ottman.
I'm sorry, what?
Please continue, Representative Ottman.
Okay, thank you. And so just again to continue that, now I have to get my train of thought. To do this right now is to not have the best of the best. As someone said, we had 16 or 20 bills. Those are bills that I submitted to the interim, which I don't know that that'll be chosen, but just to say there's all of these ideas coming. There's all of these ideas that we have presented. Do we want the best for our people? Yes. Do we want the best for our state? Yes. Could we separate it out and have residential? Yes. But then what will that do if the valuations continue to go up? That is where we had the problem. People were able to go to the boards and refute those prices that they paid. Some of them got relief, some of them did not. That is still a big problem. All I'm saying is I don't see where this is going to be the answer. The ballot initiative, what would go on there is not complete, it is not clear. It doesn't have a cap. It opens it up to all sorts of things, and it could be presented to the people in a way that they don't understand what they're voting for. And I know people are not foolish, people are not ignorant, but I do know that what we see in a newspaper about what a ballot initiative is and what's on the ballot are sometimes different things. So I'm just asking you, please think about this. Don't be in a hurry. Like they said, it won't be on the ballot for another year and a half anyway. Thank you.
Representative Davis for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we've got plenty of time to work on a second resolution, so I would urge a no vote on the amendment, and let's proceed with the bill that is out there and get it going to the voters. Thank you.
Representative Jennings for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, in my first time, I put that forward on the idea of the reform. And I don't want there to be any mistaken ideas to the public about what this amendment being reform. I want them to understand that this is merely another classification that could provide some relief. And I'm all in for relief. I may vote for this just because it lets those people out there have a choice. And I don't see that that we don't have time to come back. I mean, it's kind of an interesting thing that this amendment is so pressing, even though it came so late in the game. I just want the public to understand this is not reform. Now, we have time to come back with another resolution. We have another session. And we have lots of time to inform our public, which I think we should. We should make it very clear to our public. This relief that comes through this amendment is the potential for relief, because it does have that potential. This body today, if we vote this amendment through, this resolution through, could come back, and on that fourth classification, we could either be lower or higher. I find it a little interesting in our talking about this amendment and relief that we actually could have given an actual relief this time and just lowered those rates across the board. It's not like the state's not flush with money. We chose not to do that. So on this amendment, we're talking 18 months out. We're also talking even further to implement that, because this next legislature would be the one to have to make that decision. And they'll make the one decision on whether or not it's relief going up or down. So while I'm all for the public getting the opportunity to vote for relief, and I'm not, I have confidence in our public, I have less confidence sometimes in how we word stuff and when we do stuff. So I want to make it clear, this is not reform. It does have the potential of giving some relief to our people.
Anybody else for their second time before the bringer of the amendment? Representative Storr for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the body and all the speakers. I really do appreciate the conversation, and I do know that we are all trying to drive towards something that we can all stand up and support, and that's really why I brought this amendment. Certainly, as you can imagine, in my community, this has been a huge issue. We've seen the largest increase in values in the last couple of years, and we're going to see some more increases in values this year. But it's good to remember why we're talking about property tax relief, right? It's because the values of our properties went up, right? That's not really the problem. You know, when our stocks go up, we're usually pretty happy about that. Or when our real estate holdings go up, we're pretty happy about that. But in this case, what's really the problem is the fact that homes, where we live, is making it very difficult for people to live. And that is extremely true in my community. And frankly, I really don't want to see an incentive for more second homeowners to come in and buy up properties in Teton County. The more we give everyone a break, the more they will be incentivized to move in. And I'll just tell you the story. It's the house right next to mine. Very nice people from Pennsylvania. I think they spent 2 weeks out of the year there. They bought this home 5 years ago for $1.8 million. And I thought that was crazy. And just this fall, they sold it for $3.9 million. $3.9 million. Okay, it was furnished.
So Representative Storr, get back to the amendment.
Thank you, sir. So I do want, it's important to me to be able to give relief where it's really needed and not where else. We had, in 2021, we were $10 billion less than we were in 2009 in our assessed valuation statewide. We still have to make our communities work. We still have to pay for county services. We still have to educate our children. And the reason why I believe this is important is we want to continue to raise those funds, and we want to give a break where it's really needed and not where it's not. This is a good balance. I really appreciate the conversation. I really look forward to the next debate when this passes and we can all decide what we do next. Thank you.
All those in favor of third reading amendment number 2 to Senate Joint Resolution 3, Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Elderman? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Harrelson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Northrup. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Pendergraft. Penn. I'm sorry. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Sherwood. Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stiff. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Trujillo. Walters. Ward. Washut. Western. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Zwanitzer Dan. Zwanitzer Dave. Speaker Summers.
Aye.
Are there any changes? Elliman, no to aye. Knapp, aye to no. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 52 aye, 10 no.
Senate Joint Resolution 3, having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 majority of the members elect. Oh, this is the amendment. That's right. Sorry. So I was just hopeful. So third reading amendment number 2 to Senate Joint Resolution 3 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Question being, is there another amendment? Okay. Oh, yes, we do. Representative Slagle.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully withdraw third reading amendment number 3 to Senate Joint Resolution number 3.
All right. Thank you. Third reading amendment number 3 to Senate Joint Resolution 3 has been withdrawn.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman?
Point of order.
Can I just ensure this does require a 2/3 vote?
It does require 2/3 vote to pass.
Thank you.
Question having been called. Senate Joint Resolution 3 having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand. Allred. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Berger. Brown. Burkhart. Byron. Chadwick. Chestick. Klauston. Conrad. Crago. Davis. Eklund. Harrelson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hornock. Jennings. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Locke. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Northrup. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. I'm sorry, Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanzer Dan? Zwanzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Davis? Aye to no. Further changes? Allemand? Aye to no. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 53 aye, 9 no.
Senate Joint Resolution 3, having received the affirmative vote of the two-thirds majority of the members elected to the House, Senate Joint Resolution 3 has passed the House. We are at that order of business of request to concur with Senate amendments to House bills. The first message for our consideration is message number 449 on House Bill 17, Chairman Eklund.
Mr. Speaker, good evening. I move message, was it 449, to Senate File 17, and would ask for your favorable consideration. So if you look at an amendment that was brought from the other side, it looks pretty significant, and it sort of is. I'd still like an eye on this because our committee was working back and forth with the Senate as they drafted this, trying to soften the bill to where it'll pass muster from higher places. Anyway, I think if we went, ours was a much stronger position, and I like it better, but I would probably prefer that we would pass this and have a foundation maybe to build on in future legislative sessions. So I would ask for an aye vote.
We are voting on the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 17. A majority of the elected members is required. The chief clerk will please call the roll.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Klauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haraldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermueller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanzer Dan? Zwanzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Oakley? Closing vote? Vote closed. 57 aye, 5 no.
By your vote, you have voted to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 17. The next message for our consideration is message number 450 on House Bill 74, Chairman Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move message number 450 for House Bill 74 and would like to ask for your concurrence. As you look at the concurrence, it looks like they gutted the bill, and that would be true. But however, they left the two most important things in, which was the creation of the Outdoor Recreation Trust Fund and the funding for that, and the source remaining the Office of Tourism special account. So we have this on our interim topic list. We discussed it today, and our colleagues on the other side had a little bit of trouble with the governance structure that was in the bill. And so we will work on that in the interim and get to a bill that will be acceptable to both sides. So I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Western for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise and ask for aye vote as well. The manager of the floors down there at the other end of the hall had some concerns I necessarily disagree with, but we are here to compromise, find middle grounds. And so I think that middle ground meant that we leave the funding mechanism and the funding in place and work on the actual component of setting it up, requirements, criteria, all those kind of things in the interim. And I do believe that is going to be one of our top topics on that committee, is to come back next year with a bill that we feel is bulletproof and ready for the floor. So please vote aye. Thank you.
We are voting on the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 74. A majority of the elected members is required. The chief clerk will please call the roll.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clausen? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Harrelson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez-Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanzer Dan? Zwanzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing Bear? Aye to no. Closing vote. Vote closed. 57 aye, 5 no.
By your vote, you have voted to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 74. We are at that order of business of consideration of joint conference committee reports. The first report for our consideration is Joint Conference Committee number 1. on Senate File 61. And just so you know how to find that, so remember, you go to your amendments on Senate File 61, and then you'll be able to find the Joint Conference Committee report. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chairman Harshman to go over that Joint Conference Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move message 419, Joint Conference Committee report, adopted Senate File number 61, legislator per diem. We met with the light body down the hall, and basically we basically took out third reading amendment number 1 that the House put on by the good representative from Teton County. You might recall that if you voted not to enact this act, then you would elect, that'd be the same as electing not to receive the per diem increase. And the body passed that, but as we spoke with our fellow senators down the hall, we agreed to recede to their position and remove this amendment. And so that's where we're at, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pretty clean bill now, and I'd stand for any questions. And
We are
please-
voting on Joint Conference Committee report number 1 to Senate File 61. A majority of the elected members is required to adopt the report. The chief clerk will please call the roll.
Elliman? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Swanser Dan? Swanser Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Tarver? Are there any changes? Davis? Aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 33 aye, 29 no.
By your vote, you have adopted Joint Conference Committee report number 1 to Senate File 61.
Tell them we're doing it again. Hang on.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be really odd, but the computer spun out of control on the amendment on Senate Joint Resolution 3 on the amendment. So that would be on amendment number, let me dig it up here.
2.
It'd be third reading amendment number 2. We have a total, but we don't have anything behind anybody's names. So we are going to recast that. No. So we have to redo that vote. So we have a recorded vote.
They asked for the ayes and noes. Oh, gosh, no.
Mr. Speaker,
Chairman Eklund,
can you help us be clear on what we're voting on, which amendment this is?
we will. We'll
I,
first see if
shut
we
down
get the
my-
computer up.
Oh.
So we go back to Senate Joint Resolution 3, third reading, and that was the property tax constitutional amendment. The amendment that was brought by Representative Storer, we voted on that. We had a motion to do the ayes and noes. We took the ayes and noes. The computer recorded the total, but it didn't record the individual votes. Yeah, when we had seconds, we had both seconds. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back and do that vote over on third reading amendment number 2 to Senate Joint Resolution 3. I don't know any way else to do it. It was a recorded vote. Representative Crago.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a question. At this point, I don't know if the bringer of the request for the recorded vote could withdraw that without objection from the body. We know the amendment passed. I suppose we could go that direction without retaking a roll call vote on the amendment. Since we know it passed overwhelmingly, I don't think there shouldn't be an objection.
So Representative Zwanitzer, you've been around longer than about anybody. You got any ideas on this? Any thoughts?
No, Mr. Chairman, there have been 2 times when we've had computer mishaps and those votes have been kind of changed retroactively, but nothing at this scale as far as I'm aware.
Okay. Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it would be in order for me to move to suspend the rules to not have a recorded vote. And ideally, if you could do it absent objection, then we could just move on and just say the amendment was adopted.
That seems like that motion would be in order, and we could debate that motion, I guess, ultimately, and decide what we want to do. So the motion would be to suspend the rules in order to not record that vote. And so what we would do is just not record that vote on the amendment. And that motion's debatable. So Representative Hornock, for your first time on the motion to suspend the rules to not capture that vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it should be fairly easy for the body to just redo their same vote. And that's what, if we voted our conscience, we should be able to re-vote on this one. Seems reasonable to just redo the voice vote, or the yeas and nays.
Yeah, Representative Hornock, the challenge is how do we go back and do that, and what's the process? Maybe we need to get, is Obrecht, Josh is here, so let's stand at ease for a minute and get a little guidance. Please. Representative Yin.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I withdraw my motion. Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to rule that we've moved on. That vote's been taken. It hasn't been, it's not recorded, but the totals are. The totals are there. We know the amendment passed, and we're not going to try to go back in time. So that's my ruling. All right. Chief, or does that clear we still have enrolled acts to sign, right? Yeah, let's do messages from the Senate.
Message 446, Mr. Speaker, Senate File 96, Omnibus Water Bill Planning and Administration. The Senate failed to concur on House amendments to the bill listed above by the vote indicated. Ayes 0, noes 30, excused 1. Message 448, Mr. Speaker, the Senate appointed Senate conferees to meet with Allied Committee Number 1 from the House on amendments to Senate File 96. The Senate conferees are Senator Steinmetz, Chairman, Senator Guru, Senator Hicks. Message 449, Mr. Speaker, House Bill 17, State Lands Grazing of Non-Owned Livestock. The House bill listed above passed on third reading in an amended form as follows by the vote indicated. Ayes 27, noes 2, conflict 2. Message 450, Mr. Speaker, House Bill 74, Wyoming Outdoor Recreation Trust Fund. The House bill listed above passed on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Ayes 18, noes 13. The Senate respectfully asks the House to concur by adopting the listed amendments. Message 451, Mr. Speaker, House Bill 89, State Investment Returns Adequate Reserve Funding. The House bill listed above passed on third reading in an amended form as follows by the vote indicated. Ayes 25, noes 6. The Senate respectfully asks the House to concur by adopting the listed amendments. Message 452, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. House Bill 185, Local Government Distributions Revisions. Ayes 18, noes 13. Message 453, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. House Bill 209, Hathaway Scholarship Accounts, Transferable Timing. Ayes 31. Message 454, Mr. Speaker, House Bill 22, State Lands Lease Deficiencies Cure Process. The Senate adopted the Joint Conference Committee Number 1 report on the bill listed above by the vote indicated. Ayes 25, noes 4, conflict 2. Message 455, Mr. Speaker, the Senate did concur on House amendments to the bill listed below by the vote indicated. Senate File 83, K through 12 School Facility Leasing. Ayes 31. Message 456, correction, 456. Mr. Speaker, the Senate did concur on House amendments to the bill listed below by the vote indicated. Senate File 131, Prohibition on Delivery of Unsolicited Ballot Forms. Ayes 20, noes 10, excused 1. Message 457, Mr. Speaker, the Senate did concur on House amendments to the bill listed below by the vote indicated. Senate File 80, Visitation Rights. Ayes 29, noes 1. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk.
All right, I think we're at that order of business of signing of enrolled acts. The first enrolled act for our consideration is Senate Enrolled Act number 73. The reading clerk will read the enrolled act.
Senate Enrolled Act number 73 being an original Senate File 154, an act relating to the Wyoming Energy Authority, amending the purposes of the Wyoming Energy Authority to include the construction of and expansion of oil and gas refineries in Wyoming, specifying that the Energy Authority may finance refinery projects in Wyoming as specified, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I am about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 73, being original Senate File number 154. I have so signed. The next enrolled act for our consideration is Senate Enrolled Act number 74. The reading clerk will read the enrolled act.
Senate Enrolled Act number 74 being original Senate File 108. An act relating to courts, requiring fees for transcripts, records, and other papers issued by a court reporter to be set by rule of the District Court Judicial Conference, repealing court reporter fees and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 74, being original Senate File number 108. I have so signed. The next enrolled act for our consideration is Senate Enrolled Act number 75. The reading clerk will read the enrolled act.
Senate Enrolled Act number 75 being original Senate File 112. An act relating to labor and employment, providing for the confidentiality of communications with peer support specialists as specified, providing definitions and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I am about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 75, being original Senate File number 112. I have so signed. The next enrolled act for our consideration is Senate Enrolled Act number Senate Joint Resolution, Enrolled Joint Resolution number, Senate Enrolled Joint Resolution number 2. The reading clerk will read the enrolled resolution.
Senate Enrolled Joint Resolution number 2 being original Senate Joint Resolution number 5. A joint resolution to recognize and congratulate the United States Air Force on the 75th anniversary of its founding. Whereas the United States Air Force was founded in 1947 and has the continuous and active presence in Wyoming since that time. And whereas the United States Air Force heritage in Wyoming predates the Air Force founding as a separate military branch and includes the significant training mission of the strategic bomber crews at the Casper Army Airfield during World War II. And whereas Francis E. Warren Air Force Base is the oldest continuously active Air Force base in the nation. And whereas Francis E. Warren Air Force Base has played a vital role in the strategic defense of the United States and its allies by maintaining the first fully operational intercontinental ballistic missiles, the Atlas D, in 1959. And whereas Francis E. Warren Air Force Base is the home to the 90th Missile Wing, one of the 3 active missile wings currently operating the Minuteman III ICBM, and the headquarters of the 20th Air Force, which commands all 3 missile wings. And whereas the 90th Missile Wing was the only military unit to operate the Peacekeeper ICBM, the most advanced ballistic missile fielded to date, which was deployed exclusively in Wyoming. And whereas the 90th Missile Wing will continue to play a vital role in the strategic defense of the United States now and into the future, and will be the first unit to deploy the new Sentinel ICBM. And whereas the University of Wyoming has a strong history of supporting the United States Air Force by establishing Air Force ROTC Detachment 940 in 1952 and counting Samuel C. Phillips, the leader of the Air Force's Minuteman ICBM program, as an alumnus. And whereas the Wyoming National Guard has continuously supported our state and nation since 1946, and whereas the Wyoming Air National Guard became part of the Air Force in 1947, and ever since has honorably, ably, and faithfully been the sword and shield for our state and the nation. And whereas the Wyoming Air National Guard, as the sword, has played a vital role in guarding the United States and defending freedom in nearby every major conflict and contingency by repeatedly answering the nation's call in places such as Korea, Kuwait, Afghanistan, Iraq, and around the world. And whereas the Wyoming Air National Guard, as the shield, has fought fires on the ground and in the air in Wyoming and throughout the West, mitigated flooding in Saratoga, Fremont County, and elsewhere, and most recently provided desperately needed manpower for medical facilities throughout the state during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas the state of Wyoming is dedicated to memorializing the story of the Air Force through the Wyoming Veterans Memorial Museum and Quebec One Missile Alert Facility State Historic Site. Now therefore it be resolved by the members of the legislature in the state of Wyoming. State of Wyoming commends the United States Air Force on its 75th anniversary. The state of Wyoming acknowledges the strong historic relationship between the United States Air Force and the state. The state of Wyoming recognizes the significant service that the United States Air Force currently provides in protecting our vital state and national interests. The state of Wyoming is determined to continue the strong partnership between the state and the United States Air Force.
Nice job. I am about to sign Senate Enrolled Joint Resolution Number 2, being original Senate Joint Resolution 5. I have so signed. And the next enrolled act for our consideration is House Enrolled Act Number 77, being the reading clerk will read the enrolled act.
House Enrolled Act Number 77, being original House Bill 123, an act relating to game and fish, requiring the Game and Fish Commission to promulgate rules to establish seasons for the collection of antlers and horns, specifying the start of the horn and antler collection seasons for residents and non-residents, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign House Enrolled Act Number 77, being original House Bill Number 123. I have so signed. Congratulations, Representative Berger. The next enrolled act for our consideration is House Enrolled Act Number 78. The reading clerk will read the enrolled act.
House Enrolled Act Number 78, being original House Bill 185, an act relating to local government funding, increasing a prior appropriation, making conforming changes to the related formulas, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I am about to sign House Enrolled Act Number 78, being original House Bill Number 185. I have so signed. The next enrolled act for our consideration is House Enrolled Act Number 79. The reading clerk will read the enrolled act.
House Enrolled Act Number 79, being original House Bill 209, an act relating to education, amending the date of the transfers from the Hathaway Scholarship Expenditure Account to the Hathaway Student Scholarship Reserve Account, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I am about to sign House Enrolled Act Number 79, being original Senate or House Bill Number 209. I have so signed. Chief, does that clear the deck? It was cap thin. All right, Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House adjourn until 10 a.m. Wednesday, March 1st, 2023.
Committee announcements. Vice Chair Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your conference committee for Senate File 96 and House Bill 93, the two water bills, will be meeting tomorrow at noon 30 down in 113.
Chairman Larson, have we appointed both of those already? Okay.
If we haven't, we should have.
Okay, just check on that and make sure.
Okay.
Thank you. Chairman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your joint Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions Committee will meet tomorrow upon noon recess in E005 to consider and discuss our interim topics.
Chairman Northrup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee Number 4, Education, will meet tomorrow at 8:30 in Capitol Room W110. We're going to discuss interim topics. Also, Mr. Speaker, the Joint Conference Committee on House Bill 33, which is Message 412, will meet on adjournment Wednesday, in room W113.
Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our counterparts down the hall decided to go ahead and take off a little earlier than us today, and thus our select committee for school facilities will not be meeting tonight, and that has been rescheduled now for Thursday upon noon recess.
Representative Obermueller, do you have a privilege?
Privilege, Mr. Speaker.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. At 9:30 tomorrow morning, there will be a House Republican caucus down in the historic Supreme Court room. 9:30 tomorrow morning. 9:30. That would be AM, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Joint Conference Committee number 1 on Senate File 96. The conferees will be Larson Lloyd Chair, Crago, and Walters. So you have heard the majority floor leader's motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. We are adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow, February 29th, 2023. Or is that March 1st? Make that March 1st, 2023.